Okay, we good to go. We good to go. Okay, we good to go. Okay. Okay, now let's today start our session with the second stage of print production workflow, which is the printing stage. Printing stage. Okay, production flow of print media, printing stage, press. Okay, so I have just posted a YouTube link into a in group. So if you are disconnected here, you can always go back to the YouTube session. YouTube live and view the stream from YouTube. Now, printing or press stage is a second stage after the pre-press. Pre-press, press, and post-press. So, printing adalah step yang kedua dalam print production workflow. Dalam print production workflow. So, today we're going to look at the definition. We're going to look at the definition of what is print. We're going to compare, or we're going to look at the definition by the ISO, and we're going to ask ourselves what is printing process, and how can we differentiate, membezakan antara satu proses dengan satu proses yang lain. We also going to look at the substrate, an overview, not in focus or not in depth, because it has another topic. Dia memerlukan satu topik yang lain. And specifically, we're going to look at the offset lithography, screen printing, because maybe some of you doing screen printing for your project. And we're going to talk about digital printing. Okay, and finally, we have a class activity that we're going to do. And some homework on top of that. Okay, so what is printing? Printing according to ISO 12637. Muhammad Hafizuddin, printing didefinisikan dalam ISO 12637-1 define printing as a second stage of graphic technology workflows, following the pre-press stage. Following the pre-press stage, which produces hard copy, reproduction that is permanent, visible record of an image using form-based or formless or inkless printing technologies. Permanent. Image yang kita nak hasilkan tu dia permanent. Using form-based. Form, what is form? Form is a image carrier. Berdasarkan image carrier ataupun tanpa image carrier. Formless. Dalam bahasa Inggeris kita tak cakap lah less, kita cakap less. Inggeris lah. Formless or inkless printing technologies. In basically according to the printing technologies. So printing, this is from Kifan 2001, describe printing as a process of transferring ink onto a paper. Printing adalah satu proses yang memindahkan dakwat ke atas kertas. Ini Kipan cakap 2001 dalam bukunya, buku saya panggil kitab lah, sebab kita rujuk benda tu menjadi rujukan. Tebal betul kitab tu dalam 400 ke berapa ribu muka surat transferring ink onto a paper or another substrate via a printing plate. Dia kata ada printing plate pula. Nanti kita compare. All printing technologies have the task of transferring information. Transfer apa? Transfer information. Transfer information to a substrate. It could be in the sheet form or web form. Sheet, helaian. Awak pun dah masuk modul tu. You can define what is sheet fed and web fed. Kalau tak tahu, buka balik video yang lepas. The execution of this task requires the prepress phase for procedure-specific preparation of the printing processes as well as the finishing phase for the fabrication of the end product. Jadi maknanya nak menjalankan printing processes, kita kena buat proses prepress phase. Requires, memerlukan proses pra-cetak sebelum printing. Dan proses finishing untuk menyiapkan produk tersebut. Sebab tu kalau kita tengok arrow ni, the printing process in the production of the printed product. Kalau kita tengok arrow ni, anak panah ni, dia menuju ke sana. Dia bergerak lah basically. So is a chain, rantaian proses, workflow, rantaian proses. So printing process dia perlu prepress, must have, and must have post press in order to produce the printed product. End product. To produce the end product. Ingat tu. So printing is very important. Sebab tu I did mention earlier, prepress ni is a process. Jadi output dia ataupun produk dia, saya panggil produk lah. Sebab kita nak gunakan produk tu. Produk dia ada printing plate in offset lithography dan kita gunakan waktu di printing process. So product of the printing process is the printed sheet that going to be used at post press or finishing. Orang post press akan guna produk daripada printing process untuk buat projek, untuk menyiapkan produk tersebut. Okay, now again, this is most simplified definition. Simple kan, saya mudahkan definisi ini. What is printing process? A reproduction method by which an original is reproduced in quantity. Jadi kedua-duanya definisi yang diberikan daripada ISO standard dan juga Helmut Kifan, kita boleh buat kesimpulan printing process ni is a reproduction method, kaedah penghasilan semula. By which an original is reproduced in quantity. Maknanya ada satu image asal ni. Ada satu image yang asal ni, originals, is reproduced in quantity, dalam kuantiti yang tertentu. Dalam kuantiti yang tertentu. In general, ianya dihasilkan dengan image carrier, memindahkan ink di atas permukaan image carrier, kemudian dipindahkan ke atas kertas. Dia macam tu printing image carrier using ink image carrier. Each end use requirement is different. Now we need to remember that every printed product yang ada dalam muka bumi ni, tadi kita dah mention research by Smith and Pyra. Kita dah kenal pasti produk percetakan ini terbahagi kepada publication, security printed product, packaging, security dan sebagainya. is unique. Are unique. Setiap satunya unique. Bergantung bagaimana ianya dilihat. Bagaimana ianya mungkin disentuh. Dan bagaimana ianya berfungsi. Bagaimana ianya berfungsi. Ni. Requirement is different. Berbeza. Keperluan setiap satu produk ni. For example, I give you another example here. Publication different from packaging. Packaging different from security printed product. Publication, books, magazine, packaging, corrugated, label, folding, karton. Contoh. Kan? So books and magazine, even books and magazine pun berbeza. Mungkin ada soft bound, ada hard bound. It depending upon function. Books apa fungsi dia? Magazine apa function dia? Okay, so it will somehow unique every single of the produk itu. Okay, ini satu kategori kita buat perbandingan. Ini kalau dalam kategori yang berbeza, publication dengan packaging lagilah different, berbeza. Packaging dengan security pun berbeza. Security such as, for example, ATM card. Contohlah. Transactional bills dan sebagainya. Passport. Bank notes. Kan berbeza dengan packaging. So, in conclusion here, we can conclude that every single product is unique and have its own requirement. Ada requirement dia sendiri. Requirement. Keperluan dia sendiri. Ada keperluan dia sendiri. Because why? Because it will involve different market, different target market, different looks, different feel, different function. Jadi all those things, all these factors menyumbang kepada keunikan satu-satu produk itu. Keunikan satu-satu produk itu. Kan? Itu baru compare different from a different product category. Belum lagi in the same category, belum lagi compare between packaging, folding carton and corrugated and labels. Belum lagi. Ni very on the surface. Now, similarly, what you are doing with your final project. Awak buat packaging kan, folding carton kan. So, folding carton untuk kategori produk health and beauty lain. Kategori produk untuk food and beverages lain. Why? Because different target market. Kalau food and beverage kena soalan dia kena lagi tambahan. Is it what kind of food? Dia tanya. Produk apa? See? So it's very complex and unique. Gitu Okay. So kita dah jelas dah. Is a reproduction method by which original is reproduced in quantity. Mesti ada quantity lah. Satu pun quantity. 2, 500, 1000 dan seterusnya. Okay, next. Kita dah clear dah tu. Next, we talk about the image carrier. I did mention about image carrier. Image carrier in Malay ialah pembawa image. Image tu. How the image is transferred to the substrate. Bagaimana image ini dipindahkan di atas permukaan substrate. Bagaimana? Jadi image dia ni berbeza-beza. Ini yang differentiate one printing process from the other. Ada juga proses percetakan yang mana image carrier dia is not fixed. It's not fixed means that dia tak permanent, dia tak tetap. Dia boleh dipadam semula. Can be erased and can be re-image again and again and again. Ada juga proses yang macam tu. Okay, so image carrier means it is a means of transferring the ink image to the substrate. Benda. Bagaimana memindahkan image tu di atas permukaan substrate? Bagaimana? Bagaimana? Kan? Okay? Image yang telah didakwatkan tu. Okay, so an image carrier has two areas. However, ada dua. Ada persamaan antara image carrier ni lah. Apa dia persamaan tersebut? It could be, persamaan tersebut adalah kalau kita lihat image carrier ni, ada bahagian yang berimage, ada bahagian yang tidak berimage. Image area and non-image area. Image area dengan non-image area. Okay. Tu image carrier. So what else? We can also mention how the image is transferred onto the substrate. Bagaimana image tu dipindahkan. Selain daripada image carrier, I want to add some point here. Method of image transfer. Method, kaedah dipindahkan. It could be direct or indirect. Direct printing method or indirect printing method. Okay, so to give you some example here, printing technologies with printing master. Saya sengaja ambil perkataan ni bulat-bulat sebab maybe you can find ataupun orang akan cakap dengan awak master mana master. Master, all those master, image carrier, plate, all those things refer back to the image carrier. Dia membawa erti image carrier, pembawa image. Jadi jangan terganggu fikiran. Apa benda master lah? Aku belum ambil master lagi. Kan? No. So it refers to the image carrier. So for the four conventional printing technologies have one thing in common. Image carrier, the masters have physical and stable structures. So in other words, conventional printing process, which is the offset lithography, flexography, letterpress, gravure, screen printing, ada satu persamaan, iaitu image carrier ni berasaskan pembawa image yang stable, yang physical, stable, physical, yang stable, fixed. The image is fixed onto the image carrier. So in this image, dalam ini, as you can see, I take this one lah. Lithography, offset lithography. The image carrier, this is the plate. Kita panggil dia printing plate kan. Printing plate. This is the printing plate. The image is fixed here. Fixed. Once the image onto the plate, image dia tak boleh berubah lah. Cannot be erased. It's fixed onto the plate. Similarly to letterpress or flexo, gravure, screen printing. Okay. Here. Substrate. Substrate also called stock. Substrate juga dikenali dengan nama stock. Kalau image carrier, dia membawa image tersebut. Okay. Substrate ni adalah bahan cetak. Bahan yang mana image carrier transfer the ink. Nampak? Ink. Image to the substrate. Okay. Bahan cetak tersebut. It could be paper, plastic, foil, fabric, t-shirt, marks, ceramics dan sebagainya. Okay. Now, let's look at the printing technologies out there yang ada di dalam muka bumi ini. Printing technologies can be divided into, I think this one better. This is better image. Kecil sangat. Inilah besar sikit. Can be divided into conventional printing, yang mana perkataan conventional ni merujuk kepada yang ada physical image carrier, conventional printing, whereby without fixed image carrier, kita panggil dia sebagai digital printing or non-impact printing, masterless. Okay, so if we look here from printing technologies divided into two, conventional printing can be divided into subcategories: screen printing, flexography, lithography, and gravure. So all these conventional printing process ada satu yang in common, which is they need printing plate to transfer the ink. Ingat sampai bila dia perlukan. Ada satu persamaan, iaitu dia perlukan image carrier. Bagaimana image carrier untuk setiap proses ini dia berbeza. Dia berbeza antara satu proses dengan satu proses yang lain. Okay. So gravure, litho, screen printing and flexography. Okay, just to give you some overview here. Now, for the non-impact or digital printing, it can be divided into ni kan, electro, iono, magneto, inkjet, thermo, photo, ada lagi sub. Ada lagi. Ada lagi. Ada lagi. So, kenapa kita tak bagi penekanan benda-benda yang ni? Why? Because we are focusing on the commercial printing process. All these things penting tak penting, tapi dia specialized process. Specialized process and maybe relate to the specific process. Dia relate, bergantung kepada nature of the job itu. Nature of the task ataupun job tu. So the most commonly and commercially used, commercial digunakan secara meluas, secara komersial untuk menghasilkan produk-produk komersial. Commercial. Apa produk komersial? Flyers, brochure, booklet dan sebagainya. Macam-macam. Tadi kita dah bincang kan. Electro-photography and inkjet. I did mention this. Kita ada belajar ni dalam PMA 550. So, what happened to iono, magneto, photo, bla 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 ni yang cik cakap ni? Ini penting, tapi dia ni berkaitan dengan proses, satu-satu proses. Maybe it involved in the medical. So, application dia sangat specific on that. Dia tak di-commercialkan proses tu. Hanya untuk dalam konteks medical. Dalam konteks fotografi. Dalam konteks retail, for example. Receipt, print receipt kan. Dan sebagainya kan. Termografi. So, in fact, kita tengah cakap ni, we are talking right now, there's still another process in the development. They're perfecting the process. Jadi kita kena keep aware on that lah. And then kita kena tahu dia punya application. Commercial application. Aplikasi commercial dia. Sebab kenapa? Sebab aplikasi komersial inilah yang paling meluas penggunaan dia. Aplikasi yang lain tu tak meluas ke? Meluas juga, tapi dia spesifik. Very niche proses. Benda yang komersial lah yang sepatutnya kita beri tumpuan. Okay, so today we're going to look into the lithography. Maybe I'm going to touch about screen printing, and we're going to look at electro and inkjet. Oh, here. Now, okay, lithography. A lithographic process is based on the principle that ink and water do not mix. Proses lithography. Kalau kita ingat dulu PMA 411 kan. Lithography wujud dulu. Baru datang offset lithography, Ira Rubel. Kan? Ira Rubel yang wujudkan offset lithography. If you remember correctly kan, PMA 411 dulu kan. So the first one ialah lithography. Sennefelder kan. Alois Sennefelder dulu kan. Lithography. So the before we go into offset, kita kena faham konsep lithography, oil and ink. Ink ni based on oil. Ink and water do not mix. So the image area is oleophilic. Ink loving. Ink loving tu maksudnya this area, bahagian yang image area will attract ink. Attract ink. Nanti awak confuse pula loving ni apa benda kan. Attract the ink. Non-image area is called hydrophilic. Image area oleophilic. Ink attract ink, non-image area hydrophilic. Bahagian non-image area pula akan menarik air or dampening. So as you know that the printing plate can be divided into two parts ataupun two area, which is image area and non-image area. So in other words, image area oleophilic, oleh kerana dakwat ini berasaskan ink is based on oil dan sebagainya. So ink, this is image area. Whereby this part yang mana water, non-water hydrophilic area, hydrophilic area, whereby all the water goes here, attract the water, this part we call hydrophilic. Hydrophilic. Okay, so the surface of the plate is called planography. Planography. If you can see here, this is the image carrier. Image area and non-image area on the same level. Pada satu permukaan yang sama. Beza. Cuba tengok ni dengan gravure. Gravure, there is a cell. This cell represent image area. Nampak? So we also have learned about the printing plate for offset lithography is made from aluminum. So this image and non-image area on the same level we call planography. Plano, plane. Even, rata. Itu maksud dia. Gitu Now, offset lithography. Sorry, here let me offset. Printing just one color of ink on an offset press requires ink, water, plate, blanket and impression cylinder. So there is a person called by the name Ira Rubel, 1904 or something. Dia yang found the method of offsetting the image first before transfer to the substrate. Offsetting ni dalam bahasa Melayu dia transfer dulu. Transfer first. The image at that time, image better, produce good images compared to the direct transfer. Hence the keyword offset lithography. Dapatlah offset lithography. So it evolved, teknologi berkembang sangat pesat dan diterima pakai satu dunia. Diterima pakai because it very versatile dan sesuai untuk cetak di atas permukaan kertas. Offset lithography ni. Majority of a printed product dekat muka bumi ni based on paper. Paper base. Paper base. So dia boleh diterima pakai lah proses ni. Dia berkembang dengan pesatnya. Berkembang dengan pesatnya. So if I can show you this report from Drupa. Ini before the pandemic, pre-pandemic report. Drupa, I did mention about Drupa many times. Nampak? See the report chart G. Mana chart G? So mana ni? Report cakap, report report statistik report ni. Report dia cakap, Drupa cakap bahawa packaging where flexo and sheet fed offset continue to thrive. Akan terus berkembang. Kalau kita tengok statistik volume, major print volume changes in 2019 saying that commercial sector, publishing sector and packaging sector, tengok pada sheet fed offset commercial dia menurun, publishing dia menurun, dia jadi negatif. However, in packaging, what happened here? Dia menaik. So in other words, sheet fed offset is used to print packaging. Mostly on packaging, and this statistic confirmed by our panel yesterday. Kan, panel cakap kan, memanglah commercial publishing semua dah shift dah, orang dah tengok e-book. Memang betul. Kenapa? Perubahan gaya hidup. Gaya hidup, lifestyle dah berubah. Orang baca buku e-book dan sebagainya kan. So volume dia makin kurang Bukan kata tak ada, kurang Still relevant. Nak print buku teks. Kan? Nak cetak buku teks sekolah. Kan? Awak daripada darjah 1 sampai tingkatan 6 kan. Berapa banyak SPBT awak dapat? Skim pinjaman buku teks tu kan. Still relevant. Tapi the volume is going down. But packaging is thriving. See? Sheet fed offset. What about flexo? Flexo is booming here. Why? Similar to what our panel said about label. The capabilities of flexo to print on plastic substrate, plastic material, shrink wrap material dan sebagainya. Kan? So dia boom lah. Dia boom. So I hope this can justify lah why we print on offset lithography for your packaging. Okay? Based on report. Based on report. Of course, bila pandemik datang, tak ada orang yang tak kena pandemik ni. Semua orang akan terjejas. Cuma kita nak tahulah berapa besar impact dia. Semua kena impact, dan tadi report early in the morning, what I'm saying that impact yang paling kurang sekali adalah pada packaging. Why? Then you should ask why. Why? Because the nature of the product. Produk ni keluar banyak kan. So dia mesti need some kind of a packaging. Perlu ada packaging. What types of packaging? It could be folding carton, corrugated, bla 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 bla, banyak. Itu dalam kelas packaging. Types of packaging. Okay, we have established that. Kita dah faham lah the significant, the relevancy of sheet fed offset. Okay, now printing just one color of ink on an offset press requires nak cetak even satu warna sekalipun lah, one color of ink on an offset press requires ink, water is a dampening, plate, blanket and impression cylinders. Offset, plate, blanket and impression cylinder. Remember that. Itulah maksudnya offset. So the collection of this element, elemen ini, semua ni dipanggil sebagai press unit. Okay, press unit. Print unit, printing unit, whatever lah nama-nama tu sama. Membawa erti yang sama. Dalam all this unit ada apa? Ada elemen-elemen ini. Okay, so let's see. Mari kita belajar ataupun mari kita labelkan. Kita nak bagi enhance our understanding kan. Tengok pada mesin ini jenama Litron. Litron ialah apa? Komori kan. Komori tak silap saya. Betul Alim Komori kan. So if we look here, look at this tower. Saya panggil dia tower because dia this unit raise timbul, tinggi. Bukan timbul, tinggi. Above the ada part. Dia lebih tinggi daripada part yang lain. So, this tower, second tower, let me lukis balik. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, basically, this machine is a 5-color sheet fed offset press. Why? Because senang je saya nak identify based on your understanding just now, collection of item ni press unit ada benda-benda ni. So tengok ada berapa? 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Is a press unit. Cik, ni apa benda ni cik? Ni. Ada benda ni. This could be a coating unit. Coat. Kena tengok kena study dia punya specification of this machine. Okay, so ni just to give you an example an example of a Komori. Dan saya sengaja menggunakan mesin yang berbeza because dekat industri macam Cik Zul cakap tadi, mesin ada banyak, dia boleh jadi pelbagai. Dia bukan jenama Fuji Xerox je, bukan. Ada banyak. Ataupun bukan jenama Heidelberg semata-mata. No. Kita dalam akademik kita kena tengok overall kita tak boleh bias kepada yang itu dan sebagainya. So kita kena tengok. See. So this is Komori Litron. You can go to YouTube pula. You can go to Google and type in offset litho press. Could be any brand yang ada. Macam-macam. Yang bermain dalam fikiran kita ialah Heidelberg lah. Because kita tengok dia hari-hari kan. Kita tengok dia hari-hari. Ada yang coming from German. It's made at Japan. Ada yang daripada negara Jepun. Ada yang juga daripada US. Jadi boleh jadi pelbagai. Jadi spesifikasi dia pun pelbagai. Okay, so level of automation juga pelbagai. So let's look at this cross section. Saya buka printing plate ni. Printing press unit tadi, printing unit tadi. So what you can see here is a plate, blanket and impression cylinder. Ingat sampai bila-bila turutan ini ataupun susun atur ini. Difficult nak ingat? I don't think so. Ingat PC, BC dan IC. Now, during your presentation, kena sebut in sequence. Plate, blanket, impression. Jangan cakap, saya letak ada 3 silinder encik. Blanket, lepas tu impression. Immediately, orang boleh judge your understanding. Can judge your understanding. Okay, so remember, plate at the top, blanket at the middle, because this is offset. image to be offset here and transfer to the paper, and you have the impression cylinder. Function. Plate cylinder is to mount the plate in correct position. Mount, letak lah. Pasang plate. Pasang. Kita panggil dia pasang plate. Mount the plate in its position. There is a clamping, ada clamp dan sebagainya. Supaya plate ini berada pada kedudukannya. Next, the image is transferred to the blanket. Okay, is a rubber-based material which receive the ink image from the plate to the blanket. Okay, so it will transfer the ink image to the paper. Here, paper. After paper, we have impression cylinder. Now, if we look closely, impression is a space. It's a space is a smooth surface that provide a suitable place for the ink to transfer. Smooth surface tadi. Smooth surface. Itu tujuan smooth impression cylinder. Permukaan dia smooth, which allow the ink transfer correctly or suitably onto the paper. Okay, so basically the non-image area of the plate is dampened. Anda dah belajar in advanced offset and basic offset. Dampening solution, and the image area of the plate is ink. Non-image area, dampen. Image area, ink. Dikenakan dakwat. And then the image area, right reading is offset to the blanket. Is offset to the blanket. Ni rotation. Offset to the blanket. So, kalau kita tengok, our plate is in right reading. Pindah ke atas permukaan blanket, dia jadi wrong reading. Pindah pula ke atas permukaan paper, dia kembali menjadi right reading. Okay? Now, remember that. Okay? Now, here, plate, blanket. This is the blanket and this is the impression cylinder. Plate plate cylinder. Plate is not yet installed, tapi kita boleh nampak a smooth surface here. Plate will be installed, akan dipasang di bahagian ini. Transfer the image to the blanket. From the blanket, they have this impression cylinder here. And then the image is transferred. Now, if you can look closely here, there is a gripper system. Ni. Printed sheet ni mana ni lah. Print sheet dia ni. Ni nampak ni dah bercetak ni. Inilah dia. So this paper need to be transfer. Dia kena pindah kan. Kalau kita ada multiple ataupun multicolor press from one unit to another unit tu, takkan dia boleh terbang macam tu kan. Dia mesti ada mekanisme dia yang tersendiri untuk bawa, untuk pindahkan, nak transfer the paper from the one unit to the other. Kan? So we call that a gripper system here. The function is to grip this side, this area. Okay, to grip the paper. Inilah allowance dia. Sebab itu kan, during our calculation kan, pun awak tengok kan, kenapa saiz dia lebih kecil, kenapa ada margin yang macam ni. This is one of the reason. This is one of the reason. Similarly with other printing processes. For example, digital printing also have dia punya allowance dan sebagainya. Those margin ada. Inkjet pun ada. Somehow the paper need to be rolled up ataupun di grip and transfer it. Okay, this is some basic what you call anatomy lah of a printing, offset lithography printing. Okay, so what else? Let's talk about dia punya advantage. The advantages of offset lithography: cost of producing a printing plate. Printing plate. Dekat mana stage printing plate? Di dalam pre-press. Are relatively low. So it have the ability to point number 2, ability to print on a variety of substrate. Kenapa saya kata low? The first point here. Kenapa saya cakap low? Because the printing plate can be used over and over again. Boleh diguna pakai. Bukan satu tapi banyak kali ya. We have discussed this in the pre-press stage, tak silap saya, 2 atau 3 minggu yang lepas. We have discussed about it. So one printing plate can go up to 1,000, 100,000 of impression. Itu yang dimaksudnya low. You boleh print banyak. Jadi menyebabkan cost untuk offset lithography ni akan turun apabila kuantiti dia banyak. Jadi dia sesuai untuk produk yang berkuantiti banyak, berkuantiti tinggi. For example, packaging kan. Kosmetik contohnya, dia tak print 50 botol, dia tak buat 50 botol, dia akan buat banyak-banyak botol. Dan produk itu akan circulate dalam pasaran. Kan? So mungkin dia print 1,000 for the test market, maybe dia akan print lagi, reprint. Sampailah satu tahap tu produk tu dah plateau, dia dah sampai satu level yang stagnant. Jadi dia ada facelift lah contohnya. Dia letak content yang macam ni ke apa-apa yang sepatutnya lah. So ada perubahan pada packaging tersebut. Okay. So one of the disadvantages for offset lithography, if you remember, I talk about ink water balance kan, because it involve the dampening tadi. So we need to balance it out. Kita kena balance kan dia. So it very difficult process. It's very difficult and it is satu knowledge kena tahulah. process control and all the technicalities behind that, and the skill in order to achieve ink and water balance. It involve dia punya print quality. Dia akan memberi kesan kepada print quality. Memberi kesan kepada print quality. Now, since we are moving, kita pun dah bergerak pantas. Teknologi berkembang dengan cepat. Some of the printing machine, mesin percetakan ni ada function lah yang akan membantu dalam ink and water balance. Ink and water balance. Tapi tak semualah syarikat yang mempunyai fungsi ataupun mempunyai equipment yang sebegini. Still rely on the kepakaran ataupun expertise from the operator. Okay, so this is about offset lithography. So we're going to talk about in depth about the operation, press operation. Later on, which involve the make ready procedure and all. After I go through with the screen printing. Okay. Now, I also noticed some of you will be using screen printing for their project. Okay, screen printing. Now, screen printing, one of the most versatile printing process. Versatile in the sense of can print on a variety of substrate. Okay, screen printing capabilities dia. You can print on such items such as t-shirt. Ni produk lah. A sheet or normal sheet, poster pun ada. Fabrics, can print on glasses, mark, ceramics, linoleum, computer circuit board, dan plastik dan sebagainya. So screen printing, one of the most flexible process ataupun versatile printing process. Okay, let's look at the how it works. They have this is one of the component here. You must have a film, okay, a light sensitive emulsion. Next, you need frame. Okay, so this part or this element, if you look, is the need to produce in pre-press. Sebab outcome dia adalah block ni. This frame. Kita panggil dia stencil. Ada juga panggil frame, screen printing block ke apa ke. Ini output dia ialah ini, image carrier. Penghasilan image carrier, this block. This block then going to be used during the printing process. During the printing process. Dapat block ni. Okay, you expose the film. Yang ni design base lah. You design in the software. Okay. And then you transfer to the film, a positive film. Ada juga yang pakai negative film. Tak ada masalah. Dia punya konsep still basically the same. ada image, ada file preparation and image preparation, inilah dia. Okay, but the difference is on the printing block ini. See, this opening, bahagian yang terbuka ni, allows, membolehkan dakwat melaluinya. So non-image area block. Image area pass through, allows ink to pass through. Non-image area block, tertutup. Tertutup. So dakwat ni yang dituangkan di sini hanya boleh melalui pada bahagian yang terbuka ini. Okay. Bila letak dakwat macam ni, tak adalah dakwat tu tiba-tiba mengalir macam ni terus ke sini. Tidaklah. So ianya perlu bantuan, and the ink going to be force, dipaksa, force to allow the ink pass through the opening. How? Using squeegee. I know you have learned this in specialty printing. Saya tahu awak dah belajar benda-benda ni. Jadi you should have familiar lah dengan perkataan-perkataan ini. Ini semua ni terminologi. Squeegee. Okay. Ni emulsion, light sensitive emulsion. Okay. So emulsion, so this allow the ink to pass through, dan ink tu akan melekat di atas ataupun dia akan berada di atas permukaan produk, t-shirt or whatever. Pen drive kan, ada cetak nama pen drive, kat atas pen drive tu ada nama dia, ada brand name, Adata ke, Kingston ke, apa ke. Nah, it could be from screen printing. Contoh, dia boleh jadi cetakan screen printing. Now, let's look at the materials. Okay. This is the frame. This is the frame. Ni, tadi saya ambil gambar tu kan. This is the frame. Okay. The whole thing, kalau offset lithography, kita panggil dia printing plate. It's made from aluminium. Ini ialah image carrier dia jugalah, printing plate. Bukanlah dalam bentuk plate, tapi it could be a block printing, screen printing block for example. It's made from, ada frame kat tepi dia, and then there is a fabric here, and photo emulsion that block the whole thing. So this finished image is called stencil. Dah siap ni, dah nampak opening ni, kita panggil dia stencil. Okay, so screen fabric, the material kan, it could be banyak grade, pelbagai grade, depending upon type of job and the expected quality. Expected quality. So dipanggil sebagai mesh fabric. Mesh is a mesh fabric. Ada yang opening besar, ada yang opening dia very fine. Jadi kalau very fine, maksudnya kita boleh mengagak kat sini bahawa dakwat yang keluar tu lagi fine lah. Very fine, thin. Nampak tak? Okay, now comparatively with offset lithography, here, comparatively with offset lithography, as you can see here, image carrier directly print directly onto the substrate. Direct. So the printing method is direct. Offset lithography, due to we have a blanket at the middle, this is a indirect printing method. Remember that, indirect printing method. Nampak tak Method of image transfer berbeza. Number one. Number two, to differentiate lagi, apa lagi? Oleh kerana direct printing method, look at how the image is appear or form onto the stencil here. Tengok ni. Ini print side kan? Nampak dia terbalik. Wrong reading. Wrong reading. Kalau offset tadi, mana tadi gambar dia? Here. And see? Plate, right reading. Nampak tak? So it's very important here that when you produce the plate ataupun when you prepare the design, image preparation, kena consider benda ni. Kena consider bagaimana image ni bakal terbentuk. Apa method dia? Apa method image transfer? Apa method image transfer? Kalau direct printing, image di atas plate dia macam mana? Kalau indirect pula bagaimana? Kita as a printer kan, belajar dalam bidang ini kan, kita tak boleh buat t-shirt, relate with your project Akram kita tak boleh buat t-shirt, buat logo macam ni. Macam ni right reading. Kita kan printer. We need to think about how the image is prepared. Bagaimana image ni sepatutnya berada di atas permukaan stencil ni ataupun blok ni. Kalau awak buat semata-mata macam ni, menunjukkannya awak tak faham how the image should be prepared. Ini kalau, tak maaf cakap, ini kalau grafik boleh lah buat macam ni. Dia visualize saja. Tapi kita kan print, kita extend beyond grafik. Jadi maknanya kita kena fikir macam mana image ni terbentuk di atas plate. Tu baru betul, baru faham. Jadi bila awak buat tu, kita tahulah bahawa pelajar ni dia menguasai. Bila dia buat, kenapa awak buat terbalik? You can explain. Okay, now because this project need to be print using screen printing. Screen printing is a direct printing method. Direct printing method. So, it's my responsibility is to prepare the image like this. Wrong reading. Cakap benda-benda macam tu. Barulah kita nampak penguasaan dia kepada konsep asas percetakan. Image transfer. Begitu Ni selang-seli dengan tips. Selang-seli dengan tips. Okay, remember that. Similarly with heat press. Similarly with heat press. I know you have learned this with your specialty in your specialty class. So you should ask the lecturers or you should confirm with the lecturer. Cik, can I confirm with you? My supervisor said that under the resources, under the specialty printing, there are 3 methods of heat transfer. Can you confirm this? Kena tanya. Vinyl, pigment, and sublimation. Itu cara kita menggabungkan pengetahuan dan ilmu kita. So with that understanding, kelas, tuan-tuan yang saya hormati sekalian, maknanya apa? Maknanya pengetahuan awak tu jadi lebih bagus. Bukan nampak visual je. For me, kalau nampak visual je, tak lebih daripada seorang pelajar grafik. Dan tak menunjukkan kefahaman awak berkenaan dengan proses itu. Itu saya punya persepsi ataupun pandangan awak kalau awak tak buat begitu. Nak kata grafik pun bukan. Sebab design pun alahai design. Kan? Tak apa lah. Design memang level itu je. Tapi proses kena faham. Nampak tak? Dia begitu. Jadi, study this and relate to your project. Okay? So, this is the this is how the process works, basically. You have the frame. Okay, and then you have the squeegee is to squeeze, to force the ink to pass through. And this is the whole thing, image yang atas ni kita panggil dia stencil. Okay, this opening, nampak ni opening, let me change the color. This opening allow the ink to pass through. Okay, like offset lithography, it must have a smooth surface. Ada permukaan yang smooth so that the ink will properly transfer. Okay. Now, next, we look at the machine. Just now, we talk about offset lithography. So, we look at the machine here. If you print on a t-shirt, kalau kita print on a t-shirt, we should have a setup, something like this. You have the holder for the t-shirt. Kan t-shirt kan, fabric kan. So, you boleh masukkan baju dekat dalam ni. And the frame will be installed here, locked in its position, tak bergerak-gerak. Mungkin this table yang bergerak benda ni. This table yang bergerak because it could be a 4-color job. 4 color kan. Ada satu, lepas tu pusing, rotate the table. Yang ni plate cyan, plate magenta, plate yellow, plate black. Frame black contohnya. So rotate. Kan? The frame not going anywhere. Dia tak bergerak ke mana-mana. Macam tadi offset plate tadi kan. Dia dah install pasang di atas plate silinder kan. Jadi dia tak bergerak. Kan? Kalau bergerak tu mungkin lock ni tak betul lah. Pasang lock ni tak betul, dia bergerak-gerak. Mungkin pasang plate tadi dekat offset tu tak betul pasang dia. Punch dia tu tak betul. Tak punch dengan betul. Jadi benda tu tak dapat install dengan baik. Ataupun mungkin human error ataupun mechanical ataupun technical error. Boleh jadi faktor-faktor yang begitu. So this is the holder for the t-shirt. Ni kita panggil dia screen printing press. Ni pun mesin juga. Mesin pencetakan. Sebab apa saya kata versatile? Dia boleh versatile. If you don't have this ni kan, kalau awak tak ada benda ni, this press, you can use your own register system. Mungkin awak mark siap-siap, marking satu tempat ni, jadi dia tak bergerak pada kedudukan dia. Sebab tu dia versatile. You don't need a huge press. Awak tak perlukan satu mesin besar gedabak macam kereta api besar ke apa. Boleh buat kat rumah. Kalau duduk dekat kampung, ada ruang besar, ada bangsal ke apa, buat dekat rumah. Saya kenal seorang pelajar yang buat benda ni. Abdul Wafi dia panggil. Yang buat screen printing dekat mana? Beranang ke apa, tak silap saya. Dia buat benda ni dekat bangsal rumah dia. Dia rumah kampung. Jadi dia boleh print besar. Ruang yang besar lah. Dan apa dia cetak apa dia cetak ni. Dia print masa tu lah, masa okey lah tak ada pandemik, baju sukan sekolah. Apa benda, rumah merah, rumah biru ke apa masa itu. Apa benda, Laksmana, apa benda entah, nama-nama sukan. You don't need 4 color. Jersey kan, kita tengok jersey Lee Chong Wei ke Malaysia ke apa ke kan, kita tengok apa benda, kita nampak number je, single color kan. Tak perlu pun 4 color. Sebab tu saya tanya Akram nak buat t-shirt, saya tanya Akram, apa tujuan dia Akram? Apa tujuan dia? Sebagai apa? Sebagai souvenir, sebagai nak jual, sebagai apa? Sebab itu akan menentukan jenis substrate yang sesuai dan juga jenis proses yang sesuai. Kalau large quantity, kita dah belajar conventional, just now we talk about conventional kan. Kalau large quantity, Akram, blok ni boleh pakai banyak kali, jadi guna screen printing. Kalau 5 keping, tak berbaloi lah guna screen printing. Cost akan meningkat. Quantity sikit. This block can be used over and over again. Macam plate. Macam tu Okay. So we're going to talk about that later. Now, this is some simplest method lah tak perlu ada mesin, kalau nak buat sendiri pakai tangan pun boleh. Now, what if product that is ready made ataupun 3-dimensional product. 3-dimensional product. Apa dia? 3-dimensional product. Produk yang dah siap. Produk yang dah. I give you one example there. Botol ni. Flask ni, flask. Essenso. Print on top here. Logo dia kan. So takkan dia nak leburkan dulu aluminium ni. Termos ni takkan nak lebur. Lepas tu lebur, dia cair. Lepas tu buat bentuk ni. Tak ada. Bukan begitu manufacturing process dia ni. Dia mesti dah siap dulu produk ni. Dah siap in this shape. Baru dia cetak atas dia. Baru kita boleh cetak atas ni. Ni kita panggil dia sebagai produk yang dah ready made lah. It's a ready made macam ni. What else? Ni. Ni kan. Ni. All this thing. Here. Takkan dia nak lebuk cairkan plastik ni. Mesti ada method kaedah percetakan ni. Canon ni. Kalkulator ni. Takkan dia buat 5 buah kalkulator. Sama plus ni. Takkan 5. Kan? Mesti ada method nak mencetak jenama ni atas dia. Penting jenama ni. Kalau tak ada jenama ni, tak ada branding lah. Siapa yang keluarkan ni? Tak tahu. Okay. Kita panggil ni, nak print ni direct to shape. direct to shape. Okay, so here kalau direct to, kalau bentuk yang circular ataupun rounded, bulat, rounded macam ni kan. Ni. Oh, sorry, tak nampak. Here. Mark. Bentuk dia circular macam ni kan. Cylindrical macam ni. So, kita panggil dia flat. Flat. This is flat. Ni flat. Screen printing flat. To round. Flat tu ada jig. Nak position kan material tersebut. Bola for example. Bola apa? Bola tenis tu. Simple je. Nampak simple je kan. Tapi ada white line tu. Macam mana dia print tu. Mesti ada jig. Mesti ada holder dia yang memegang dia tu. So this is flat. Ni flat. This is the screen printing. Here. This is nampak squeegee dia over here. This is the squeegee. This is the frame. Okay. So this jig can be moved up and down. They apply onto this part. Nampak tak? Jadi this process is quite complicated because shape dia ni, bentuk dia macam ni. Unique shape. Kita panggil dia. Unique shape. Jadi kalau dia single color, dia dah nampak kompleks macam ni. Kalau dia multiple color, lebih daripada satu color, lagi akan jadi lagi complicated. Sebab you nak positionkan dia supaya the second color tu register, masuk pada warna position dia. Adding complexity to the job. Sebab itu kita nampak kebanyakan mark ni dia akan pakai single color. Saya tak menafikan yang pakai banyak color. Kebanyakan dia more into single color. This for example. Kan? Single color. Because it adding complexity to this job. Lagi kompleks, lagi sukar untuk dibuat. Lagi sukar untuk dibuat, lagi banyak masa yang diperlukan. Lagi banyak masa yang diperlukan, sudah tentu lagi banyak cost yang diperlukan. Boleh print 4 color? Boleh print. If you have money. Have money? No problem. Budget. Tapi dalam industri sekarang ni, like Encik Zul cakap, customer don't want to spend much money. They want to reduce the cost. They want to focus on their keuntungan, margin keuntungan. Survival of the company, itulah dia. Jadi, it's better lah. Macam Cik Zul cakap, we need to identify ataupun faham customer kita ni nak apa. And what we can suggest to them. Okay. Similarly with t-shirt, sama juga macam t-shirt. Kan? Similar dengan t-shirt. Macam saya bagi contoh tadi, jersey tu kan. Kalau kita tengok betul-betul, complexity tau. Because this single kan, dia fully automated punya types. Dia bukan fully automated. Macam offset tu, sekali print one sheet of paper you can print 4 color directly. It's not the case for screen printing. Not the case for screen printing. Tak sama. Berbeza. Nama proses pun beza. Method of image transfer pun lain. Dakwat pun lain. So dia berbeza. So you need to remember that. Now, let's talk about the advantages and disadvantages of screen printing. Ability to print on almost any substrate, including 3-dimensional surface. Produk yang 3 dimensi. Produk yang 3 dimensi. Okay. And relatively inexpensive to create the image carrier. Image carrier dia tadi tu memang very simple, straightforward lah. Murah lah. Mudah. However, very thick ink film allowing for colourful, highly durable product. So now, apa ni maksud dia? Thick ink film. Kita dah belajar ink film thickness dalam proses control kan, will affect our appearance kan, density dan sebagainya. So if we study this this opening kan, kalau kita study dia punya opening ni, jumlah dakwat yang akan keluar ni memang tebal, memang banyak. Amount dia tu, amount of the ink will be heavy compared to the other processes. Jadi with that ni with that understanding, very thick lah ink film thickness. Memang very colourful. We can see that the colour is highly and it's allow for highly durable product. Bila dakwat dia tebal, dia susah lah untuk dia tanggal dan sebagainya. Susah untuk dia tanggal. Dia akan tanggal lah. For example, t-shirt dan sebagainya, dia akan tanggal at some point lepas kena basuhan dan sebagainya. Tapi dia dah lebih tahan lah. Lebih tahan lama. Okay. So one of the disadvantages of screen printing, very fine lines and small dots are difficult to reproduce. Ni screen printing. Garisan yang halus, akram, very difficult to print. Why? Now, this is the answer. Tengok ni, opening ni. Kalau line tu halus, lepas tu dia punya opening ni tebal, bayangkan, boleh ke dia nak print benda yang halus-halus ni? Sedangkan dia punya opening tu besar. Tentu tak dapat. Tentu tak dapat menghasilkan. Tak dapat reproduce that. Itu one of the disadvantages of screen printing. Now next, slow production when compared to some of the other printing processes. Compared to other, because why? Ni. Semi-auto machine. Kenapa semi-auto? You somehow kena ada interaction, human interaction untuk meletakkan t-shirt ni di atas ni. Similar to this, mesti ada tangan yang nak letakkan ni. Takkan nak pakai robot masukkan dalam ni. Tak ada, belum ada lagi. Saya belum nampak. Dah pergi Jerman pun saya nampak robot digunakan untuk angkat kertas je. Untuk masukkan benda yang unik macam ni is very difficult. So it needs human intervention. Satu letak position dia properly. Compared to offset lithography just now, it's not fair lah nak print nak compare to offset, tapi nak bandingkan lah dari segi automasi dia. Kalau kita tengok pada bahagian sheet fed tu, here feeder kan, operator will feed ready the paper in a pallet, so it will transfer the paper. The machine can be set to pick up the paper according to the setting. Bukannya seorang operator masukkan sekeping demi sekeping kan. Kita pun dah belajar feeder unit Successive dengan stream feed kan. Kita dah belajar yang tu kan. So it is quite automated for offset lithography compared to screen printing. Walaupun versatile encik kat rumah pun boleh buat ni encik. Memanglah walaupun versatile tapi dia kena labor dia tinggi sikit lah. Dia begitu So you can think about that. Okay. So we have finished the first session. Any question? Soalan? Puan Anis, kalau ada benda nak tambah, saya terlepas ke?
Okay, Cik. So, topic.
Soalan? Question? Soalan?
Sir.
Yep. Yes, Asma.
Ya. Jadi kini kalau macam untuk bahagian offset tadi kan, untuk kita punya report, kiranya dia punya proses workflow tu adalah proses macam ketika printing tu lah, macam starting from the first unit tu sampailah habis, sampai dia keluar dekat end unit. Macam tu ke untuk kita buat dalam report?
First unit sampai end unit
Tak, okay, macam starting from the paper tu sampai dekat habis.
Okay. For the report, what you're going to report is about the operation, the basic operation of the during the printing process. Basic operasi ketika percetakan. Operasi asas pada percetakan. Apa dia operasi asas? Sebelum proses percetakan yang sebenarnya berlaku, ada step. Sebelum proses itu berlaku dengan ataupun dicetak dengan sepenuhnya. Dengan full lah. Apa proses dia? That proses saya letakkan dalam konteks press operation. You need to report on the operasi mesin ketika ataupun semasa proses percetakan tersebut. We will cover this after this. Don't worry. See? We will cover this. Saya akan lakukan tanggungjawab saya. Saya akan cover this. Okay? So this part you going to discuss in your report.
Okay, sir.
Any question related to this process before we go to the operation? Ada soalan? Ada pandangan, ada pengalaman, pergi praktikal kan? Mungkin ada pengalaman. Asma kan? Pergi praktikal dekat screen printing dekat Kuala Selangor kan? Mungkin ada pengalaman dia buat screen printing dia. Tak sama ke dengan teori yang saya sampaikan ke? Tak ada soalan. No question. No question.
Tak ada Yusof.
Okay, kalau tak ada soalan, saya tanya soalan. Okay, kalau tak ada soalan, saya yang akan tanya soalan. Kenapa awak cetak packaging guna offset litografi? Please justify. Tolong justifikasi kan. Why do you choose packaging print using offset lithography?
Sebab kos printing plate yang murah tu, dia punya kos dia rendah.
Tak berapa, boleh lah tapi tak berapa tepat. What is the best answer? I'm looking for the best answer rather than a correct answer. Faham tak? Ni saya dah tulis ni. So, best answer rather than the correct answer. Best answer. What is the best answer for that? Apa agaknya jawapan yang terbaik untuk kita menjawab persoalan dia?
We can print in a large quantity.
Okay. In the large quantity. So how can we relate to our project? Macam mana kita nak relate dengan projek kita?
Because this is a real life project.
Then, yep, I think I can agree with that. You can mention that the nature of your client. Nature of your product. Kan awak kenal klien awak siapa kan? So, I think that can be used. That example can be used. Nature of the product, of client product. The needs for the packaging. Kan? So you can use that words, that sentence. Remember that. Apa lagi? What else? You can, what else? For teaching and learning purposes, untuk teaching and learning purposes, we are allocated, kami diberikan 400 piece of paper to print this project. You can mention that. Untuk proses ini, saya hanya diberikan 400 keping kertas sahaja. Diperuntukkan sebegitu. Kan? Kena cakap jugalah. Sebahagian proses pembelajaran. Sebagai proses pembelajaran. Kalau saya nak bagi Halim 5,000 keping kertas, lepas tu nak bagi Alin Nazrin 5,000, saya rasa UiTM cukup setahun je. Lepas tu kena naikkan apa fee? Kena naikkan yuran. Boleh ke? Tak boleh. Ada akta kan? Nampak? Jadi untuk pembelajaran dan pembelajaran to experience this process, anda diperuntukkan sebanyak begitu keuangannya. That will be the best answer. You can mention that. So maybe you can relate dengan your future, the future of your project. The future of your project. Apa ingat projek pembelajaran ni tak ada future ke? Ada future dia. Oleh kerana dia berbentuk, macam Hafiz sebut, oleh kerana dia berbentuk real life project. Jadi kalau klien kata on. Klien kata on kan? Jadi awak ambil lah job ni. You have everything here with you. You have understand the flow. Go on, proceed. Baliklah ke UiTM. Balik ke UiTM, nego. Negotiate lah dengan ketua program ke ataupun pusat percetakan. Dapat harga yang paling okey lah. Supaya awak pun dapat keuntungan daripada projek itu. Tidak pun, macam contoh siang tadi saya bagi. Cuba tengok. Xcard bagi berapa? E-print bagi berapa? Apa lagi satu fee? BS print kan? Awak pun dah tahu kan? BS print bagi berapa? Do the comparison. That's the future. So you can take advantage on that sense lah. Dah buat dah. Macam Nick Saidatul kan. Dah mockup dah ada dah ready to print. Mockup dah ready dah. Macam Hafi kan. Mockup dah confident 100%. Kalau buat blog ni memang dah boleh jadi packaging dah. You hold that copyright, you hold that pattern or whatever lah. Hak tu ada pada tangan awak. Tinggal nak take off je. Take off macam naik flight. Nak take off je. Dia gitu. So that will be the future. So you kena relate lah. You kena relate this. So itu yang dipanggil sebagai apa tadi? During your presentation kena you need to talk lah about your project. Sebab tu Cik Zul cakap betul, technical tu penting, sama penting. Tapi you can talk about these ideas, this future. Kan? Technical memanglah penting. Memang penting, tak dinafikan. Tapi kita nak dengar awak punya idea lah. What going to happen next? We want to hear that. Dia boleh jadi open-ended kan. Open-ended. Tahu open-ended. Dia boleh jadi open-ended. Answer. Open-ended answer kan. Dia tak fix kan. Jadi you can say about that. Jadi begitu. Okay. So begitulah yang dimaksudkan oleh Cik Zul ataupun our assessor. Our assessor. Dia expect kita punya level of thinking lah. Itu boleh menunjukkan level of thinking. Syakir, Muhammad Hafizuddin, Anis Suraya. Sesuai dengan percetakan yang banyak. Jadi kalau dia tanya percetakan yang banyak macam mana? Berapa Syakir? Takkan Syakir nak jawab 400. Kan? Syakir you kena further explain about the client product. Macam tu Kena further explain about the client product. Client product tu apa? Minyak urut, minyak apa? Kena cakap. Nature of that product. Boleh? Ada lagi soalan? About conventional printing? Ada apa-apa lagi nak tanya? Tak ada. Tak ada. Okay. Okay. Next is about another printing process, but this type of printing process is without a plate. Without a plate. Without a plate. Physical, stable, fixed image carrier. So I will complement this slide with this. With this with this book, process standard di digital. So because why? Kenapa saya gunakan ni? Because one of the comprehensive dan very compact explanation. Ada explanation yang lain tapi dia panjang sangat. Jadi nak mengambil masa yang begitu lama to explain about this. Now, let's look at the first one. Closely, okay. Now, remember just now I did mention about this. I did mention about this digital printing, electro and inkjet. So, electrophotography. Dah belajar pun sebelum ni. Now, electrophotography is the most widespread non-impact printing technology. Most widespread. Paling meluas proses ini. Non-impact printing technologies. It is based on an invention by Chester Carlson, who submitted it for patenting in 1939. Ni kita pun dah belajar about this. Chester Carlson, photography. So I think with this introduction you have learned, I think better that I can substitute this with the video. I think better this with the video supaya awak tak rasa tekanan. Dah pukul 1 kan. So okay. I think this will be a short video. 3 minit 51 saat.
It's 1923, and the inventor of this surprisingly dangerous technology faces the toughest of starts in life. His name? Chester Carlson, a high school student in Riverside, California. His mother has died from tuberculosis, and now he's the sole caregiver for his sick father, who's crippled with severe arthritis. They're so poor, they can't even afford a proper home.
He and his father moved into this chicken coop, as it's described, which was really a one room with a concrete floor.
But Carlson is determined to escape poverty. 10 years of hard work and studies land him a job in the patents department of a New York law firm. It's a time when everything is typed out or written by hand. And pretty soon, like his dad before him, Chester develops crippling arthritis.
He really struggles with all of this copying. The idea for an invention that would improve the copying process is born out of his own physical pain.
Carlson is determined to find a way to copy images efficiently. He realizes that no existing technology is going to work, so he starts searching for a bit of science that no one has thought of using before. And he comes across an obscure paper by a Hungarian physicist about a phenomenon called photoconductivity. It explains that certain substances like sulfur conduct light. The photoconductor gains an electrical charge where the light strikes, and no charge where it is dark. Carlson is convinced this could be the basis for a completely new way to make images. He he hires an assistant, Otto Kornai, and using his house as a lab, they establish a process that they hope will result in the world's first photocopy. A test on October 22nd, 1938, will decide whether they've been successful. First, they create a photoconductive surface, a metal plate coated in sulfur. It's given electrostatic charge by rubbing its surface with silk. Then, a light is shown at it through a slide with the date written on it. The sulfur absorbs the electrically charged pattern of light. When powder is sprinkled onto the plate, particles stick to the electric charge. And when paper is pressed against it, the image is transferred.
What I love about the photocopier is what a completely fresh idea it was. Most inventions build on something we already know. Television built on radio. The photocopier was an absolutely new way to put an image on a piece of paper.
Carlson's invention has the potential to save companies and governments millions of dollars spent hand copying documents. But will they have the vision to buy into this radical new technology?
Okay, so what we learn here, electrostatic. Electrostatic. Electrostatic charge. So maybe you can look at this video later on. So what you're going to do is my point here, so showing you these images because I want to cut short. Proses photography seperti mana yang anda dah belajar. Electrophotograhy is based on electrostatic charge. Electrostatic charge. Look here, we have learned something here. This is the cycle lah. Basically the cycle. Chester Carlson tu lah. Yang founded the label lah. Label dia punya proses zerography. Dia namakan proses dia zerography. Tak apa, itu nama tu just a name, a trade name of the process. The scientific name photography. Okay, so if you look here, the primary difference between the conventional printing and digital printing is the use of printing plate. So in digital printing, there is no image. The image, the printing plate is not fixed. It's not permanent like a conventional printing process. Jadi maknanya the image carrier ni can be image over and over again, like this in this diagram. The cycle ni lepas habis satu cycle, it can be erased. Dia boleh dipadam, and then what happen, and then dia cycle tu akan berulang lagi. Bergantung kepada berapa banyak yang hendak dicetak. Simplest word lah, saya gunakan simplest word. Berapa banyak yang nak dicetak. So this cycle, imaging, inking, toner transfer, fusing, cleaning ini akan berulang bergantung kepada jumlah cetakan yang diperlukan. Comparatively with conventional printing, Syazani Izzat, comparatively, kalau kita dah pasang the printing plate at the press, once we mount the plate, we can print seberapa banyak quantity yang kita perlukan. So the volume will be up. Volume tu akan pergi lagi banyak. Jadi the cost will be lower. Sebab cost dia tadi dah boleh cover harga printing plate. Plate tadi tu fix lah kat situ, tak berubah, tak kenalah buat baru. Kena buat baru plate ke? Tak perlu buat baru, melainkan kalau ada perubahan pada image tersebut. Melainkan ada perubahan pada image tersebut. Nampak? Kan? Jadi bila kita bercakap pasal produk, pasal folding carton kan, folding carton, packaging kita tu, packaging tu direka untuk sesuatu produk tu. Tu saya duk cakap daripada tadi tu. Nature of the client product, kuantiti dia berapa banyak. Kena tahu lah. Kena tahu. So how to know this, Izzat? Izzat kena tanya lah. Izzat kena tanya. Anda ni semua kena tanya, kena communicate with your client. What is the estimated quantity of your product? Minyak wangi for example, berapa? 1, 2, 3, 5,000, 2,000. Mesti ada estimated. Dia bagi dia estimate sajalah. Dan biasanya all those information on the packaging will be similar. Dia akan sama. Sampai satu level tu dia kata okay, ada perubahan lah sebab ada new version. Sebab ada new version, ada facelift, ada new content, ada penambahbaikan for example. Dia macam tu itu yang saya relate dia dengan offset litografi. Tidak begitu dengan elektrofotografi, proses dia, cycle dia akan berulang. Oh sorry, tak nampak. Let me use this color. Satu, kuantiti. Dua, prosesnya akan ulang. 3, 4 sampai 1,000. Compare to offset plate, kita dah ada plate. Selagi image tak berubah, selagi itu plate ni boleh pakai. Sampailah plate ni tak boleh pakai lah. Sampai jangka hayat plate lah. Kita pun dah study pada jangka hayat plate dalam pre-press kan. Nampak? Jadi, in terms of speed, sudah tentulah kita boleh nampak lah. Kalau low quantity such as 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 100, of course, electrophotography will win this competition. Because easy setup. Easy setup. Walaupun dia punya print cycle ni berubah-ubah, tapi simple setup compare to conventional printing. Tapi bila volume dia going up, of course conventional will win. It will print faster than digital print. Okay? So this is about electrophotography. Tengok, see how I link this. So now, in electrophotography, compared to offset lithography, which uses menggunakan dakwat, yang berbeza, Syazani Izzat. Kalau offset lithography, seperti mana yang Syazani Izzat belajar dalam basic offset, dakwat yang diguna pakai adalah liquid paste ink. Kalau elektrofotografi menggunakan toner based ink. Apa beza dia, Syazani Izzat? Beza dia apa? Beza dia punya chemical reaction lah, ataupun dia punya physical dakwat tu sendiri lah. Jadi sudah tentulah nak jawab soalan Syazani Izzat, ada perbezaan lah dari segi appearance cetakan tersebut. Akan ada perbezaan. Satu dakwat yang liquid ink, satu toner ink. Dah tentulah ada perbezaan Syazani Izzat. Satu image transfer through ink and water, gunakan konsep ink water, ink and dampening, do not mix, offsetting images. Satu menggunakan konsep electrostatic. Sudah tentu ada perbezaan dari segi warna. Satu, poin yang kedua. Poin yang kedua, jenis kertas yang diguna pakai. Seperti mana yang kita dah belajar dalam proses control Syazani Izzat, I did mention about types of paper. The brighter the paper, the more brilliant will be the color. Kan? Nampak tak? Sudah tentu akan berbeza. So, this is a toner base. Ingat, electrostatic charge. Electrostatic charge here. Toner particle have negative charge. Positive and negative will attract. Okay. Now, one. Number two, when we study here, when we study, type of electrophotography machine yang ada di pasaran, mungkin tidak menyeluruh lah. Tapi when we study this class, this is electrophotography technologies. Fuji Xerox, Canon Image Press, Ricoh Pro C531S, T10S, Xerox Aridis Production Press, Xerox iGen 5 Press, dan sebagainya. One of the thing that caught my attention is the maximum sheet size. Hasil kajian saya melihat ni bersama dengan pelajar semester lepas, semester ni. Tengok electrofotografi, kita buat comparison. So, one caught my attention is the maximum sheet size. Jadi all this machine yang saya sebutkan tadi itu is a electrophotography machine. Electrophotography machine, somehow dia ada limitation in terms of dia punya maximum sheet size. Maximum sheet size. Here, the largest will be the Xerox Aridis Production Press 330 kali 1.2 meter, mesin yang macam ni. One of the limitation of the press. So what we can conclude here, majority of the electrophotography somehow the hovering, dia dalam lingkungan size 330 kali 488 size dia. 330 Canon kali 487 mm. 330 kali 487.7 mm. This is basically the size. Kalau you nak go further yang paling besar, you can go to high end Xerox Aridis Production Press in this level. Ataupun iGen 5 Press. But in the market, short and medium ataupun small and medium size machine berlega dalam saiz yang saya nyatakan ini. Jadi kalau kita tengok kepada saiz ini, if we look at this size, kita dah boleh bagi gambaran dah pada kita bahawa produk apa yang sesuai duduk dalam ni. Kita dah nampak dah. We cannot go as far as a folding carton yang very technical, yang besar dan sebagainya. We can go up to most of the publication, coffee table book, brochure. Basically is a commercial lah. Commercial product. Some of the publication macam tu. Okay. We cannot go further than that. Due to the size, a maximum sheet size. So for your project, for your final project, we have a direct example. What we have at our department, version 80 press. You can use version 80 press as a machine to print your project. Boleh gunakan. Tak ada masalah. Tapi kena faham dia punya technical specification. Technical specification. Jadi you kena plan. Anda kena rancangkan bagaimana nak impose setiap image itu. Bagaimana nak impose? Awak buat buku lah, coffee table book for example. So how do you impose? Ataupun a catalog, how you going to impose on this machine? Kalau awak gunakan mesin lain, cik, tempat saya boleh print dia gunakan mesin ni. I also wanted to know, saya nak tahu macam mana. Saya nak tahu macam mana awak impose that. Onto that machine. Okay. Izwan, so untuk starting business printing, mesin apa yang sesuai? Oh, Izwan tanya. Nak mulakan based on your soalan ini, nak mulakan pada pandangan saya dalam konteks sekarang ni, jangan beli mesin. Jangan beli mesin. Habis tak beli mesin, macam mana nak jadi printer? Siapa kata tak jadi mesin tak boleh jadi printer, Izwan? Macam mana nak print? Tadi pagi kita dah bincang pasal outsourcing. Ada e-print, ada X-card. Kalau ada kenderaan, boleh pergi Jalan Brunei, print sendiri. Buat masa sekarang is not a good time to invest on that. Because tadi report pagi tadi saya dah bentangkan bahawa demand dah ada masalah demand. Kita ada masalah demand. Demand in printing. So, according to that understanding, what I'm suggesting to you, saya boleh cadangkan, kalau sekarang nak starting business, jangan beli mesin, tapi invest on the file development ataupun dia punya design, dia punya front end. The rest you can outsource. You can look into that. Okay. Because why? Because when you said you want to mesin apa yang sesuai untuk starting business, of course bila you kata starting business, mungkin you nak beli ke, you nak sewa beli ke, click per charge ke dan sebagainya kan. Jadi kita takut Izwan, awak tak boleh sustain. Awak tak boleh mengekalkan momentum untuk membayar komitmen tersebut. Sebab demand printing berkurangan. Permintaan. Kenapa? Sebab ekonomi very bad. Pandemic kan. Pandemic. Bukan nak kata tak boleh invest, boleh. Tapi focus on the development, file preparation and all. Kalau dapat job itu, outsource dulu. Outsource dulu. Try to look at the X-card, look at the, e-print, compare dia punya harga. Macam tu, It's not advisable. Takut awak tak boleh survive. Now, another printing process in the digital world is called inkjet. Okay, inkjet. Inkjet printing. So what is inkjet printing, class? Okay, electrophotography, electrostatic charge. Inkjet, a print head transfer small ink droplets through a nozzle onto a substrate to be printed. Transfer small ink droplets. Again, ada similarity dengan electrophotografi, tak ada permanent image carrier. Transfer directly to the substrate to be printed. Droplets, titisan dakwah tu lah. Droplet. Nozzle. Through a nozzle. So what is nozzle? Nozzle ini, kebanyakannya kita akan panggil PH. Bukan Pakatan Harapan. Bukan. Print head. Dia duduk dalam print head. Satu komponen whereby everything inside there. Not everything lah. The nozzle. The mechanism to control the ink droplets. Okay. Now, in most cases mean commonly lah. The printer controls two motion in the process. Printer ni, machine, can be controlled two motion of the process, lateral and vertical motion of the print media. Print media ialah substrate lah dia. Bahan nak dicetak. Lateral, vertical. So what is lateral? What is lateral, vertical? Lateral means sideways. Sideways. Kalau saya boleh lukis, for your understanding, something like this. Forward, backward. And the vertical motion. Vertical pun boleh dilaraskan. Boleh dikawal. Vertical motion of the print media. Substrate dia lah. Bahan cetak lah. Dipanggil print media because, nanti saya beritahu because the flexibility of this machine can print on a variety of media, bahan cetak. From flexible to flexible material. Flexible material sampai kepada rigid material. Now, a special features of inkjet printing is the contactless transfer of the ink to the material. Contactless. Contact. Tidak ada benda yang bersentuhan. Contactless transfer of the ink. Like I mentioned earlier, the ink is shoot, print heat, shoot the ink droplets to the substrate by a nozzle. Beza dengan elektrofotografi tadi. Due to that, oleh kerana itu, dia tak ada contact. There is no contact. Due to that, advantages, maknanya ianya sesuai, suitable, which is also possible to print on uneven structured surface. Due to that, it can print on uneven surface. Permukaan yang tak rata. Permukaan yang tak rata. Tak smooth. Tak even. Apa dia? Paper kan. Paper kan very smooth kan. Adalah paper yang tak, tapi tu dah dalam kategori specialty paper. Kan, itu dah dalam kategori special paper. Majority of the paper in this world semua smooth surface. Kecuali specialty paper. Itu dalam kategori yang lain. Kan, colored papers itu dalam kategori specialty papers kan. So here, uneven structured surface, dia boleh print on top of. So just imagine lah, apa permukaan yang tak even ni. It could be a tabletop. It could be tile. Boleh jadi tile. Kan? Satu. Yang kedua, due to the movement can be controlled, lateral and vertical motion of the substrate of the media can be controlled. So, it also can print on rigid material. Rigid. Keras. Rigid material. Rigid material. Okay. Now, let's look into this as an example to you, Roland. It's a 2-minute video. Nah. Okay, here. With me now. Sorry, I don't know the name of this. Specifically, I don't know the name of this material ataupun media. But my point here showing you this to tell you, nak beritahu kepada awak bahawa ini capabilities inkjet. Print on rigid material. Tengok. Tak boleh bend. Tak flexible as paper. Kan? Nampak? You see the point tak? Nampak point dia? So, something like this, macam kita belajar screen printing tadi kan? Like we learn about the screen printing kan? So, this type of material capable can be print using the inkjet. Okay. Mampu dicetak dengan menggunakan proses percetakan inkjet. Macam ni mampu dicetak menggunakan percetakan inkjet. Why I'm showing you the Roland. Roland apa model ni? 1000F UV LED machine, because I want to demonstrate apa yang saya maksudkan tadi tu. See? Dia panggil sini flatbed. Flatbed means there is a station ataupun satu ruang flat. Bed. Flat bed that we can position the media on top of the flat bed ini. Kita boleh position, letak atas dia. Okay. This is what we call flatbed printer. Mana benda yang keras-keras macam ni kan? Rigid. Kita panggil dia rigid. R-I-G-I-D. Rigid material. Ni some of the example. Your responsibility, tanggungjawab awak untuk cross-check lah apa yang saya cakap ni, awak cari. Jangan tunggu di swap. You can look into this. A lot of manufacturers lah yang ada. Fujifilm dan sebagainya. I don't want to be biased into brand names, tapi you need to open your thinking kan. So this is what meant by flatbed. See, what are the application? Apa application dia? Kita kena fokus pada application. Kita tahu teknologi dan kita kena study application. Application dia meluas lah. Kalau tengok pada contoh saya ni, dia boleh jadi a souvenir item. Benda ni jadi souvenir item. Kan, boleh gantung, boleh buat personalize. Why personalization? Because why class? Because digital printing, no printing plate, you can customize, you can personalize that. Letak nama. Always believe something wonderful is about to happen. Atas ni dia, you so for example. Macam tu. So if we look here, ni application ya. Some of the application. Boleh print on the back. Boleh print on display, something like this. Display yang benda-benda macam ni. Table. Very special. One or two product. Satu atau dua product. Kan? So there will be a lot. Display cabinet yang macam ni. Wall art. Jadi wall art. Reproduction kan. Mungkin ada artis yang duk melukis benda ni. Dan tapi very limited edition lah. Kalau drawing tu, lukisan tu dia satu je kan. Tapi kita nak reproduce dia kan. Dia jadi boleh print on using inkjet. Print on inkjet. Jadi konsep-konsep macam ni print art macam ni kan, IKEA dah lama buat. IKEA. Okay. Art. Wall art. Wall art. Wall. Ni macam ni kan. Ni kan. See? Ni kan. Dah tentu ada artis di sebalik ni. Motif created by Marilla Iratolza. Apa ni? Tapi dia reproduce. Dia commercialize. Art ni, seni, ingat seni tak boleh commercialize ke? Orang negara maju, Sweden, UK ni memang dah lama dah buat. Dia bukan, dia reproduction lah. Kalau dia level masterpiece, tahu level masterpiece macam mana? Mona Lisa kan. You all pun belajar kan? Art kan. Level Mona Lisa tu, lukisan agung tu duduk dekat mana? Dekat museum lah kan. Dekat galeri. Tapi benda-benda yang macam ni dia jual tau. Dia buat satu and then di reproduce 70 kali 50 cm ni dah consider large format. Harga RM79. Macam ni ya print. So macam mana dia print ni? Ni bukan lukis tangan. Dia mesti print, inkjet print. Inkjet print 70 kali 50 cm. Elektrofotografi confirm bukan elektrofotografi punya size. Ini ialah large format size. Nampak tak Jadi konsep-konsep yang macam ni dah lama. Kat Malaysia pun ada. Contohnya macam Art Deco ke benda. Saya dah nampak benda-benda macam ni. Kan? Orang kita dah buat macam ni. Kan? Nampak? Dia print ni. Persoalan dia, kan bagus kalau student printing buat benda-benda macam ni. Kan bagus. Kan? Ada belajar lukisan tak? Ada juga belajar lukisan. Ada belajar printing tak? 80% belajar printing. Tapi, benda-benda macam ni kan, orang suka kan. Orang letak dekat wall. Dan sebagainya. So, dah tentu dia print. Dia takkan lukis tangan. Banyak ni. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15, 20. Takkan 20 kali. Macam mana nak dapat result ataupun print out yang konsisten? Betul tak Syazani Izzat Syazani Izzat tanya. Color kan. So, kena konsisten setiap color ni. Kena sama. Konsisten. So, dah tentu kena ada proses yang betul. Dah tentu kena ada color management. Dah tentu kena ada proses control. Ni bagi awak peluang lah. So, how this relate to your project? Tengoklah. Projek apa yang you suggest and you relate to this process. Due to the flexibility of inkjet. So, in the printing industries, ada 2 jenis teknologi yang diguna pakai. Satu thermal, satu piezo inkjet. Thermal ataupun dengan kata lain bubble jet. Satu lagi ialah piezo inkjet. Based on my experience lah. Saya tengok study spec kan. So most of the Soho small office, home office dengan consumer, dia akan gunakan teknologi bubble jet, thermal inkjet, kerana dia lebih compact. Teknologi dia lebih compact. Gunakan dan lebih mudah, straightforward. Kalau production machine, commercial, bersifat commercial, banyak quantity production, quantity besar dan sebagainya, dia akan gunakan teknologi piezo inkjet. So both techniques are used in the large format system of width up to 5 meters. 5 meters. Lebar dia sampai 5 meter. Some of the example macam ni lah. Epson Pro, Stylus Pro GS 6000. Small desktop inkjet printers ada juga. Home use, macam saya sebutkan tadi, home, small office, orang office dekat rumah. Macam saya kan, office kat rumah mungkin saya ada satu HP office jet. Harganya murah. In fact, harganya lagi murah daripada harga dakwat. Harga cartridge dakwat original lagi mahal daripada harga printer pun ada juga. Itu cara companies buat duit lah. Tak nak sentuh bab-bab tu. So in production, mostly they use Epson Stylus Pro GS 6000. Again, you kena check. Ini I just give you an example. I just give you an example. Here, I also have give you an example. If you look under the press, see? Ni kan? Acuity LED. So you kena study lah. Kena cari spek Acuity LED 1600. Apa teknologi dia pakai? Apa maximum width dia ni? So you have all, bak kata Fairuz tadi lah, kena ada resources. You have all the resources in your hand right now. Tinggal awak je nak deliver. Okay, so you can look into this. I give you one example. If you think that this is not suitable, so what you're going to do? You're going to find a suitable process, like I did into this inkjet printing technology. Look at the brand name, Roland, Epson, Roland, blah 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 blah. So I study their method, lebar, print width, the maximum thickness and type of ink they use. You can study this. And then you can put in your report. And how about the imposition? Macam mana nak letak page tu? Then you kena simulate lah. You can simulate the process. Something like this. Like I draw this. Dah tahu dah. Ini kan roll kan. Roll maksudnya web kan. So what you going to do? You going to draw this. You letaklah berapa up. Mesti ada calculation. Ni berapa calculation? Ini berapa margin? So, berapa quantity? Bagilah tahu. 500 kah? 10 kah? 20 kah? 1,000 kah? Kalau 1,000 berapa up? Estimate. Jangan bog down. Bog down tu jangan limitkan awak punya imajinasi tu. Oh, customer tak cakap apa-apa. Then you estimate lah. Nama pun estimate. Nama pun estimate. So you can estimate this. During your imposition for your project. So letak ni gambar ni. For example, this machine, you can put it here. So for this calculation, during your presentation, this is the machine that I going to use. This is the imposition. So kalau customer so now untuk projek saya print hanya 20. So 20 imposition dia macam ni. So tapi kalau customer, saya dah estimate kalau customer order 100, position dia macam ni. Dan seterusnya. Okay. So ini dah aspek technical. Piezo inkjet. So if you can see, this is the print head under the piezo inkjet. This printer make use of the piezo ceramic property to deform under voltage variation. Okay, now signal is sent through the print head and it will deform. Tengok ni, positive charge. Oh. Ayo. Depending upon the charge yang akan melalui print head tersebut. Itu yang akan menentukan amount of ink. Izzuan bukan kepekatan, amount. Kepekatan tu efek dia. Dia jumlah, berapa banyak jumlah dakwat yang dia hantar tu, yang dia shoot into the substrate akan menjadikan intensity. Color tu makin meningkat. Dan dia akan efek apa? Efek print appearance. Okay? Efek print appearance. Okay? Now, comparatively with conventional printing process, whereby you have all the ink keys that you can adjust the ink amount of ink to the plate. Here in inkjet is very limited. Everything is driven through the file, digital file. Through digital file. Kena faham konsep print head. Bagaimana image dia pindah. Bagaimana dakwat tu dipindahkan. Dikeluarkan, ditransfer. Ni bukan image, ni cakap pasal dakwat dulu. Macam mana? Kalau offset lithography consists of a series of ink key yang mengawal setiap zone. Zone 1, 2, 3, 4 dan seterusnya. Dia boleh kawal zone ini. Print head tak ada. Print head cyan, print head magenta, print head yellow dan seterusnya. So you nak kena kawal satu ni, you nak kawal macam mana? You can control through the digital file according to your digital file or minor adjustment within the printer itself. Itu je. So in other words, very limited adjustment can be done. Adjustment dia sangat terhad. Sangat terhad. Sangat terhad. Dia macam tu. Okay, now due to the versatility of inkjet, the ink system for inkjet, for inkjet, it can be based on water-based ink. Kalau electrophotografi toner, electrophotografi dry toner. Lupa saya nak sebut. Tapi saya sebut dry toner tadi kan. Electrophotograhy, toner, dry, toner. Kering. Satu lagi teknologi for electrophotograhy, kita panggil dia liquid toner. Toner. Apa nama teknologi liquid yang menggunakan teknologi liquid toner ni? Menggunakan proses electrophotograhy. Apa dia kelas? Apa dia Faiz? Nama dia HP Indigo. HP Indigo. Electrophotograhy, teknologi ink yang digunakan adalah liquid toner.
I'm excited to present to you the HP Indigo 100K. This press is the first release of our Series 5 platform, and it is born to run. Right now, we are using enhanced productivity mode in order to print 6,000 V2 sheets an hour. Let's hear how it sounds. That's the sound of real printing. We increased the print speed of the Indigo 100K by 30%, but we expect productivity gain of up to 50%. This is done with continuous feeding, highly reliable print engine, parallel color calibration, and continuous stacking. The bottom line is non-stop printing. It all starts with continuous feeding. We added 2 optional drawers that gets you up to 5 feeding units that you can load while you print. Each one of the units is equipped with 7 tornado feed heads to ensure high speed, high quality feeding at any time. We redesigned the drawers in order to allow ergonomic and easy paper load by the operator. The new input system is equipped with an offset-like gripper-to-gripper mechanism that allows reliable feeding even for light media. On top, it improves quality with perfect sheet-to-sheet registration. Let's look inside. It looks like the Indigo you know, but we had to modify over 90% of the components in order to support the high speed and the Indigo quality that you expect to get. In order to allow continuous printing, color calibration is done in parallel and outside the regular printing path. This allows high utilization and improves color stability. The stacker is equipped with a new depositing mechanism that allows you high quality stacking. In addition, we have an automatic pallet replacement unit that will enable the pallet to be output without stopping the press. So, we have seen the Indigo 100K is a high-speed and high-productivity press. It has continuous feeding, continuous stacking, parallel calibration, and high-speed, reliable engine. This is the result.
Now, kalau awak, if you notice, dia ada sebut tadi, feeder like a offset, kan? Feeder like a offset. Awak bayangkan, teknologi ni, due to the successful of offset lithography ni kan, oleh kerana kehebatan offset lithography ni, muncul satu lagi teknologi yang replicate, yang mengambil yang mempunyai ciri-ciri offset lithography itu. So HP Indigo ni dia fit kemampuan mengikut teknologi offset lithography. Nak beritahu awak, offset lithography ni sampai ada proses digital, ada orang replicate dia. Nama dia, teknologi ni nama dia HP Indigo. Cuma beza dia image je lah. Image carrier dia lah. Kalau offset lithography pakai printing plate, HP Indigo dia digital printing, electrophotograhy tapi liquid toner. Dia punya speed you can match the offset press. So dalam video tadi tak ada tunjuk electro ink kan. So let me show you the electro ink.
Landscape of print, enabling you to print with the largest variety of color of unlimited.
Ni.
Certain. The pages of tomorrow will be printed by HP Indigo technology. It all starts with one.
Ni. Dia guna ini. Is a liquid base. Ini ialah liquid base ink. Teknologi dia adalah fotografi. Tapi unlike electrostatic kan, toner, dry toner tadi tu, apa tadi, Chester Carlson duk kaji tu kan. Yang ni gunakan liquid toner. Nak nampak tak? Teknologi tu. Dah replicate offset. Dia nak cuba, nak setanding dengan offset. Nak setanding dengan offset. So, wujudlah satu proses dipanggil sebagai HP Indigo. Jadi this is an advanced process. Ini satu proses yang sangat-sangat advanced yang mana ianya sedang melonjak naik. Dan dia berada dalam niche dia sendiri. Dia berada di luar berbanding comparatively dengan normal electrophotografi, dia dekat level dia sendiri. Because why? Because type of ink lah yang dia pakai. Mungkin formula dia tak sama macam offset. Formula dia tak sama, tapi dia gunakan konsep yang sama, which is liquid ink. Dia panggil dengan nama electro ink. See how the technology evolve. So this technology, some of the books akan gunakan macam konteks, akan gunakan perkataan seperti digital offset. Dia akan gunakan perkataan digital offset, apa lagi, digital printing offset, dan sebagainya. Tapi understanding is that very simple, very straightforward. Ini adalah digital printing, electrophotografi, tapi liquid toner. Liquid toner. So far in the industry yang develop ni adalah seorang saintis saintis Israel in the early 90s macam tu. So dia dah jual license ini, digital offset ini kepada HP. So HP dah beli dah patent ini dan develop teknologi ini, HP Indigo dipanggil. HP Indigo. So dia argue biasalah, bias lah. Dia argue bahawa offset, digital offset ni, HP Indigo ni on par with offset lithography. Itu argument dia lah. Comparatively, saya belum see any research do the comparison. Saya tak nampak lagi comparison. Scientific research yang independent, yang bebas, yang duk compare offset lithography and digital offset. So to talk about electrophotography lah, saya terlepas ini. This is an advanced process. So mengetahui betapa pentingnya, dan mesin ini, all this machine kan dah ada di Malaysia tau. Dah dipasang. Dah ada installation dia. Syarikat mana yang menggunakan itu? Syarikat mana? Photobook Malaysia tadi tu. Photobook Malaysia paling banyak installation HP Indigo untuk cetak produk-produk dia. Jadi apa persamaan dengan offset? Dia tak ada. They still have limitation lah. They still have limitation on that. Okay, so few companies, some of the companies yang dah menggunakan ni adalah Photobook Malaysia dan a few companies lah yang ada dekat Klang. Ada satu dekat Klang. Apa label? Flex Print ke apa nama? Dia print on label gunakan HP Indigo. So dah ada satu lagi teknologi HP Indigo. Okay, so let's go back to inkjet. So inkjet ni dakwat dia ni ada pelbagai jenis. Water based ink, solvent based ink, solvent or eco solvent. Lepas tu ada UV curable inks, latex inks, dye sublimation ink. So all these types of ink depending upon what class? Depending upon the application. Bergantung kepada aplikasi. Nak apply kepada produk apa. Depending on the application. Nak apply, nak print on what kind of product. So piezo inkjet normally going to use solvent, eco solvent, UV curable, latex and dye sublimation. So the thing that I mentioned earlier ni, yang saya mention ini, ada juga yang water based, yang saya duk mention ini adalah type of ink. Jenis dakwat. Jenis dakwat, dan jenis dakwat ni pula bergantung kepada aplikasi dia. Aplikasi apa benda yang nak print lah, dengan kata lain. Apa yang nak dicetak. Nak cetak outdoor advertising, sudah tentu nak kena jenis dakwat yang sesuai supaya dianya durable dengan environmental condition. Terdedah kena cahaya UV, apa lagi? Terdedah kena air, terdedah kena haba, kepanasan, display kat luar. Kalau kat negeri orang putih mungkin ada salji, kena sampai tahap kesejukan yang tinggi. Beku ke apa. Kalau dekat negara macam kita ni UV lah. UV kan. Ultraviolet, sebab kita negara khatulistiwa kan, iklim khatulistiwa ni kita terima cahaya matahari sepanjang tahun kan. Tak ada pun musim sejuk. Jadi kita tahan UV. Kalau tidak lama-lama atau kalau tidak dia akan cepat pudar. Jadi kita kena tahu aplikasi dia. Aplikasi. Kita nak print apa? Outdoor, indoor ataupun backlit, apa dia? So there is a type of ink yang sesuai. Kan for example, water base. Water base used for fine art, poster, indoor banner. Jadi color space, ni kan, nampak kan? Color space kan? Color space belajar kat mana? Kat color management, gamut. Color space is about gamut. Color space dia lebih besar. No health risk, tak ada risiko kesihatan. Harga pun boleh tahan. Walau bagaimanapun UV tak tahan UV, ultraviolet, cahaya matahari kan. Ultraviolet, low resistant, tak tahan. Mungkin kalau kita guna juga dia akan pudar. Sebab tu dia indoor banners, fine art, poster dan sebagainya. What else? Solvent base. Solvent base kan. Durable, dia UV resistant. What's this? Dia UV resistant, suitable for outdoor use. High print speed, low dry time. Solvent base. Jadi dia sesuai untuk apa? Untuk tarpaulin, for outdoor advertising. Car wrapping. wrap around the car ke kan, kita tengok apa Grab kan dia tampal kereta iklan Pepsi lah apalah, and all those thing. Okay, so here this is the width lah. Ada juga machine yang different size, expensive kan. Protective measure required. Expensive printers, protective required when handling. Solvent base ni biasanya ada bau lah. Bau yang kuat. Ink hazardous to health. Dia ada risiko yang macam kesihatan. Ada risiko ke kesihatan. Okay. Next, eco-solvent. Eco-solvent, tarpaulins, extremely durable, tahan UV, scratch resistant, nampak? Indoor and outdoor use. High print speed, low dry time, harmful to health than real solvent. So most of the printer inkjet, kebanyakan lah, based on my survey lah, kalau saya salah nanti kena betulkan, they using eco solvent ink. Okay, eco solvent. Next, UV curable ink. Okay, now UV curable ink mostly principally used for rigid material. Rigid, bahan-bahan rigid material. Apa dia? Tadi saya dah bagi contoh a mug, tabletop, benda yang keras, textile dan sebagainya. So extremely durable. The UV resistant, suitable for outdoor use. Also on rigid and uncoated print media. UV ni maknanya ultraviolet curable ni. Perkataan curable tu maksudnya dikeringkan, cure. Set. Kan kita belajar offset kan, heat set, cold set. Kan awak pun dah masuk saya punya tu kan, heat set, cold set. Tapi dalam digital printing kita tak panggil lah set. Kita panggil curable. So after print, UV light is blast, dia tembak onto the print out. So immediately the the ink will fix. Terus set, terus fix lah permanently on the substrate. Immediately sebab dia tembak cahaya UV. Oleh kerana nak gunakan cahaya UV tu sebagai alat nak mengeringkan dia, jadi dia perlu gunakan dakwat yang compatible dengan UV tadi. Compatible dengan UV. So I'll give you one example here. Oh, yang ni saya dah copy belum? Copy. Paste. Give you one example. Roland see. Let me find a suitable learn. Okay. So I think this is good video. This is a good video.
The Versa UV's unique combination of advanced eco-UV inks with a safe, low-heat LED lamp allows printing onto virtually any substrate up to 3.94 inches thick with superior print quality. You can print directly onto acrylic, wood, board, canvas, plastic, metal, and even soft materials like leather and fabric. White ink can be added as a spot color or a flood to make colors pop on dark or transparent materials. Eco UV Clear Ink adds remarkably rich special effects, ranging from matte and high gloss finishes to custom 3D textures and embossed effects. Best of all, the Versa UV makes it possible to print a single item or a short production run without costly and time-consuming setup. Now, with the introduction of the all-new LEF20, we've further innovated our award-winning Versa UV technology to offer significant upgrades. First, we expanded the table size, allowing for a print area of up to 20 inches by 13 inches. This not only allows you to print directly onto larger items, but also increases your productivity when printing a quantity of smaller objects such as golf balls, pens, and cell phone covers. Next, we've introduced cutting-edge technology to refine the UV lamp, ink tubes, and fume extraction system. And the LEF20 offers full compatibility with magnetic substrates. Plus, you can create up to 20 different presets of LEF20 machine settings to save valuable time on the types of jobs that you run most often. Versa UV Clear Ink effects have always been stunning. The LEF20 features a new, movable UV lamp design that doubles the speed of CMYK and clear ink printing. All of these changes make the LEF20 faster, easier, more reliable, and even safer to operate. The results are so incredible, your customers will think it has to be magic. And that's okay. Your secret is safe with us.
Okay, so that is one example of
With the
machine yang menggunakan UV curable. Saya sengaja memilih ni sebab apa, saya nak awak tengok dia boleh print on direct to shape. Cetak terus kepada bentuk tu, kepada shape tu, kepada produk yang siap. Something like we discuss with the screen printing tadi. Kan? So now, with this technology yang ada kan, you can print on that types of print media. Macam ni kan. Print on top of this. Jadi dia boleh jadi pelbagai lah. Boleh jadi anything that you can imagine. Boleh jadi souvenir item. Boleh jadi personalized souvenir item. Pen. Kan? So, this is inkjet. Nampak Produk siap. So, where is the UV? Cik, UV ni dekat mana UV ni? If you can see here. Ni. UV light. UV ni. Print blast, UV blast. So dia akan fix the ink. So macam-macam nama keluar dengan adanya teknologi ni. Ada yang menggunakan direct to shape lah, 3D 4D print lah. 4D bukan 3D, 4D. Dia sebut 4D print. So nak jual barang, dia nak nama yang commercial names lah, supaya orang layman ni nampak, oh canggih, oh hebat, kena beli. Kan? So all this refer to print that using this technology, UV curable, directly on top of the finished product ni. So yang ni dah dapat momentum, gaining momentum, market gaining momentum. Kerana apa? Sebab saya sebutkan tadi pada awal tadi, lifestyle dah berubah. Lifestyle. Orang tak nak benda yang common. Orang nak benda yang specialized, personalized. Baru ada value. Barulah orang lebih appreciate. Satu. Lepas tu klien pula pun dah cerdik dah sekarang. Dia tak buat mass production. Mass production. Mass ataupun mass promotion. Ni saya dah tool kan. Mass promotion. Print lah flyers 10,000 bagi kat orang. Kita tak boleh detect. Kita tak boleh ukur sejauh mana keberkesanan flyers tu. Kita tak tahu. Duit dah keluar dah. Tapi tak tahu investment dia besar mana. For mass advertising macam itu, promotion itu dia akan pergi kepada SOCMED, social media. Lebih luas, satu dunia boleh tengok. Tengok kita punya YouTube lah. Macam mana boleh sampai 380 view? Pak, give you point tak? So, buat apa nak invest kepada benda yang macam itu? Invest kepada social media. They will go personalized. Dia akan go to personalized. Jadi apa produk personalized? Awak pun dah belajar produk percetakan ni banyak. Boleh jadi kalender, boleh jadi booklet, boleh jadi coffee table book, boleh jadi anything lah produk. Dalam video ni macam-macam. Boleh jadi macam-macam pula. Boleh print special color. Boleh dapat efek emboss. Boleh dapat efek emboss. See? Nampak? Boleh print on this plug. Plug ni mungkin common. Semua orang akan gunakan size ni. Kan? Semua akan gunakan size ni. Tapi dia punya gambar lain lah. Ini mungkin pasukan Claremont United. Mungkin dekat Banting United. Contoh lah. So, digital printing suitable for this kind of product. Short run and personalization. Ingat tu. Short run, personalize. Short run, personalize. Jadi dia sesuai untuk produk-produk yang macam ni. Packaging sesuai ke tak sesuai? Depending upon the aim of the packaging. Nature of the product. Tadi saya duk cakap tadi. Kalau dia large batch, contohnya bedak sejuk 5,000, nak kena pakai 5,000 kotak. Tak sesuai digital printing. Nature of product. Remember that. Jadi, what kind of product to print on this? Banyak lah. You just think about it. Pelbagai. Okay, and lastly, latex. Latex ni is fairly new. Latex ni adalah satu teknologi yang I would say is quite new. Also developed by HP. HP latex inks. Latex. Comparable with solvent. Kalau kita study tadi, solvent ni masalah dia ada hair issues. Solvent ni. Dia ada hair issues. Dia bau dia kuat tau. Jadi syarikat ni duk cari cara lah. Macam mana nak fikir, macam mana nak menyelesaikan masalah ni. Dekat negara maju, mereka concern pasal kesihatan ni semua. Well-being kan. Dia concern pasal tu. Negara-negara maju. Jepun, US, UK, dia concern about that. You can print, tapi apa impact dia kepada manusia? Malaysia concern tak? Concern jugalah Malaysia ni. Still concern, but in the sense of 50-50 lah. Dekat negara maju, even awak nak print banner pun, material apa awak pakai? Boleh recycle or not? Saya pergi Jepun. Ada je banner apa semua. Tapi not a small banner lah. Gantung dekat tiang lampu tak ada. A large banner, different substrate. Material dia yang boleh recycle. They concern. Sorry. They concern about that. So, terciptalah satu teknologi yang menggunakan latex. Latex. Less harmful to health and in environment. So, dalam dia, antara komposisi dakwat ini adalah real rubber. Ada rubber dalam tu. Getah. And aqueous polymer. Ada polymer lah. Certain polymer yang tertentu. Jadi, kalau kita nak tengok contoh dia, HP latex. Let's see, need 2 minutes. During my visit to the print HP center kan, memang saya dapat experience proses tu. Faiz boleh share dengan kawan-kawan sebab Faiz ketika tu ada, dia berjaya pergi ke Singapore untuk experience proses tu. Kita nampak HP Indigo, and also we see the latest technology in inkjet, which is latex. They develop ink, they put it in the cartridge, they ship dan sebagainya. So some of this is called HP latex, HP. So major advantages is my view lah. Major advantages of this, more into environmental friendly lah. In terms of color, I can see that there is slight different lah from the conventional ink. Okay, application dekat Malaysia, I don't know. Maybe a few lah. Saya pergi HP Excellence Center pun ada lah demo yang dia tunjukkan. Tapi in real situation, I don't see much printing company yang pakai latex teknologi. Jadi kalau mungkin in terms of price ataupun awareness lah in terms of this kan belum ada lagi dekat Malaysia. Okay, next is about dye sublimation. So dye sublimation printers work according to the thermal sublimation principle, which is the water-based ink intensely heated and thus converted into gaseous state abruptly. Dia print, tapi gas tu dia naik dan dia meresap kepada substrate. So teknologi dia inkjet gunakan special ink, dye sub ink. The color does not form a layer on the print material when applied, but bonds completely with the substrate. Dia bukan shoot, dia bond. Sebab ink tadi tu dia jadi gas. Dakwat ni jadi gas. So apa yang berlaku ialah apabila ianya dipanaskan, dia akan bond to the substrate gas tu. Completely with the substrate. So textile are thus light fast and washable. Jadi oleh kerana dia print oleh kerana meruap, dakwat tu meruap dan terus pergi bond to the substrate, jadi ianya sesuai untuk textile, print out, t-shirt, baju, jersey dan sebagainya. Kenapa? Sebab all this material ataupun produk yang saya nyatakan tadi, at some point ianya akan apa? Akan melalui proses cuci. Perlu dibasuh. Kan? Bila basuh ni, sudah tentulah dia akan dalam mesin basuh tu akan berlanggar sana, berlanggar sini. Akan ada scratches ke apa ke. Jadi dia oleh kerana the ink is not bond, dia gas sub dalam tu, jadi dia lebih tahan kepada proses cucian. Jadi dia mampu on this. So normally this people apply with a special type of paper. Paper macam tadi, and then apply with the heat. Apply, kenakan panas dia, dan dakwat pada paper tadi tu akan meruap dan terus melekat atas kertas. Case in point, heat transfer. Heat transfer. Kan heat transfer awak belajar tu kan. Dia print on paper first kan. Macam mana on paper tu dia terus melekat atas kertas, dia panaskan kertas tu. Kertas tu dia panaskan. Jadi haba kepanasan tu menyebabkan dakwat chemical pada kertas itu, menyebabkan dakwat itu meruap dan terus melekat di atas permukaan substrate, t-shirt, textile or whatever. Salah satu teknik dia. Okay, so application dia ialah pada flags, banner, textile banner, flag, bendera kan. Orang print bendera. Banner, deco, fashion, interior design, benda-benda yang macam tu. Dia tahan lah. Dia lebih tahan. Boleh untuk outdoor flags. Ini bukan flag negara Malaysia ni. Ini flag sesuai dengan produk lah. Jenama produk ke dan sebagainya. So dia akan gunakan teknologi dye sub. Satu. Yang kedua, special ink. Special printer that capable to do this. Dye sub. Okay. So back to your project. Balik kepada projek awak ni. So I give you one example here. Saya bagi awak example. So your responsibility, since you are aware now, there is a lot of technologies to print your product. So I want you to identify what process to print your product. Cari satu ataupun near dekat dengan rumah awak tahu mesin apa nak cetak tu, and then cari lah. And then download dia specification, study those specification dan nyatakan justifikasi pemilihan proses tersebut. Saya ulang, nyatakan justifikasi. Kenapa awak pilih teknologi tersebut untuk cetak produk kamu. Kan? So similar macam mana yang saya duk buat dengan para pelajar saya. Saya duk study jenis-jenis printer yang ada di pasaran, and then kita study which of the process yang sesuai untuk cetak sesuatu produk itu. So similar to you. Sama juga dengan anda kena study. I already give you exposure on this. So your responsibility is to identify which of the printer suitable to print your product. Major 1, saya dah tolong, Excel 75. What about Major 2 and minor? Next, you going to do the imposition. Saya ulang, lepas study dia punya kemampuan mesin, spesifikasi dan sebagainya, seterusnya awak kena buat imposition dia. Do the imposition. Macam mana peletakkan image saya di atas mesin ini? Di atas mesin ini, di atas mesin A, mesin B dan mesin C contohnya. And then estimate. Estimate ni bahasa Melayu dia anggar. Buat anggaran. Berapa quantity order? Anggaran. Tak salah kalau sebut 1,000, 2,000. Tapi kena logical lah sikit. Buat anggaran. Tak boleh lah cakap saya print 10 keping je encik. Janganlah cakap macam itu. Biar logical lah. Cakap lah 50, 100, 200. Sebab regular customer, example lah. Regular customer dia ada 100 encik. Dia memang purposely dia nak bagi pada 100 orang ini, for example. Jadi saya buat quotation ataupun imposition saya, planning saya untuk 100. Kalau customer repeat order, kalau nak 200 dia macam ni. Kalau 300 dia begini. Dia macam tu. Okay, that is your task. Okay. Now, digital printing, the advantages and disadvantages. Short notice. Apa ni short notice ni? I want it now. I want it fast. Itu customer cakap. Bos saya cakap, I want it now. Can you do this? Cina kan? Biasa lah. I want it now. So maksudnya, on demand. On demand. Demand. I demand it now. Saya nak dia sekarang. Hantar sekarang. Apa nak hantar besok? I'm your customer kan? Nampak? Short notice. Quick turn around. If you understand or if you can compare between the conventional and digital, whereby conventional you need to have printing plate. Bila ada printing plate, you need to mount the plate at the press. So in digital printing, we don't have that. So the turnaround time will be quicker. Lebih cepat. You don't need make ready, you need lah. I think you need somehow at some point you need some kind of make ready, mesti ada make ready, but very fast. Compare to conventional one. Tadi pun kita dah tengok mesin Litron tu, dia ada unit yang tersendiri, and then you need to set up the feeder unit, the printing unit, the delivery unit. You need to set up everything accordingly. So, dia punya turnaround tu jadi lebih panjang berbanding dengan digital printing. Digital printing, you don't have that. However, the control, pengawalan dia jadi sangat limited lah. Sangat terhad. Sangat terhad. Dia cepat tapi pengawalan dia terhad. Next is about nature of the product. Short and economical production. Kena ada short dulu. Sikit. Volume dia. Sikit. Jadi dia sesuai. Dia economical untuk short product production. Okay. Now, and one of the advantages of digital printing, it can print variable and personalized content. Nampak? Variable and personalized content. Why? Because they don't have permanent image carrier. Tak ada image carrier yang fix, yang permanent. Macam offset lithography. So it can be personalized. Okay, what about the disadvantages? Nothing perfect in this world, kan? Mesti ada advantages dia yang tersendiri. So let's see. Size limitation. Okay, I have shown you the proof that I have looked into all those various type of presses. Size limitation. Mainly on toner. Saya sebutlah toner devices. Okay. And speed. Although faster with inkjet are still lower than offset printing. Yalah, walaupun inkjet ni lagi laju lah. Sebab dia roll fat kan. Web fat kan. Tapi still lower than offset printing. One offset printing is ready after dia pre-mat ready, semuanya on. Once it is running in optimum condition, dia akan very fast. Dia macam tu. Okay, so I have present to you the basically printing process, and we have compared between conventional and digital printing in this session. Next, ni sikit isu sebelum kita go to the ni. Specifying printing process needs. Nak specify proses apa yang kita nak gunakan untuk satu-satu projek ini. Yang pertama, depending upon. Our decision will be depending upon this factor. Faktor-faktor ini. Apa faktor ini? Yang pertama, type of product. Produk apa? Produk apa? Packaging? Is it packaging? Is it a publication? Newspaper? Commercial? Books? Is it a souvenir item? Why? Because this type of product will give you indication of the simple or complexity of the job. Bila kita mengenal produk ini, dia memberi kita gambaran tahap kesukaran produk tersebut. Simple as flyers, macam ni. Flyers, sekeping. Simple. Or complexity of the product. Ni, folding carton, nak kena buat die line. Nak kena buat mock-up. Baru satu folding carton, belum lagi macam ni. Tube macam ni. Belum lagi multi-wall. Ni macam ni, air kotak ni kan. Tetra pack ni. Multi-wall tau. See? Simple or complexity of the project. What are the finishing process? Termasuklah apa yang saya sebutkan tadi. From as simple as flyers, 1 cut, 2 cut, 3 cut, 4 cut, sampai kepada kompleks. Folding carton yang kena buat die cut block. Kan? Dan nak kena fikir produk apa yang duduk dalam dia. Berapa besar pula packaging yang kita perlukan ni. Nak menentukan image area dia kan. Pada mesin. Kita nak tentukan, nak buat decision mission apa. Okay. Simple and complexity of the job. Faktor pertama. Faktor yang kedua, what are the requirement of the job, of the project? Apa requirement dia? Quantity. Kita belajar tadi kan, pasal quantity. Low, medium and high quantity. Kan? Nature of your packaging jatuh kepada dalam konteks ini product packaging quantity. Medium to large. Medium to large. Kan? Packaging awak kan. I give you example tadi kan. Bedak sejuk. Jadi, logik lah. Kalau awak buat quotation awak tu, kan, awak buat low, buatlah 400 dulu untuk projek awak ni. Tengok berapa harga 400. And then buat short, 1,000 for example. And then buat medium. And then buat large, 5,000 ke, 10,000 ke. To give you a better understanding. Apa maksud dia ni? Quantity versus cost ni. And you can use that during your presentation. You can use that during your presentation. You can mention that. Boleh mention. So, even you can conclude. For the offset lithography, you can mention that. Cost per unit akan jadi rendah berbanding dengan digital printing or whatever. You can mention that. Gitu So, I hope you get this point lah dan awak terjemahkan dia dalam bentuk report awak nanti on the quantity dan seterusnya dapat present dengan baik. Apa lagi? What else? Job requirement. Static versus variable. Static document. Apa requirement? Apa itu static? Static ni maksudnya tak dynamic. Fix. Tetap. Fix. Tak berubah-ubah. Static. Itu maksud dia. Kalau dia requirement more into variables, this for example, look at this. 20% discount. Flyers yang kedua, nama Thomas dapat 25%, nama ketiga Dana. Ni nama orang lah. Dah tentu yang ini variable berubah antara satu dengan yang lain. So, this give us an indication bahawa tak boleh cetak dengan offset lithography. Due to the permanent image carrier. Kalau macam ni banyak kali nak berubah, berapa banyak ubah ni? Gambar ni dah berubah. Ni dah satu perubahan. Ini dah dua. So berapa banyak plate nak pakai? Nampak logik dia? So kena clear cut. Okay? And then you can mention this. The reason why I print packaging using offset is number one, quantity. Number two is a static element here. Tak ada apa yang nak berubah, sama je. Nampak Kan? Okay. So here dah give you example kan. Jadi dekat sini kan, maknanya siapa yang buat digital printing somehow dia kena, for me lah I think it's good lah it's good if you can implement VDP in your minor or major too, for example. Sebab print on digital, kita dah belajar advantages of digital printing. So give you one example lah So kalau awak nampak beyond than that, masa awak develop produk tu awak dah nampak dah. Oh, okay, digital printing dia, kan dah belajar kan. Dia boleh mampu gini-gini. So aku nak buat kalender yang personalized lah, kalender. Ataupun aku buat satu sampul khas untuk masukkan kalender tu, atas sampul tu personalized name. Kepada siapa? Kepada 50 pelanggan yang pertama, for example. Siapa? Yusof, Mahazir, Hanis, Azli ke siapa-siapa. Contoh customer. Give you some idea. So you can think about that. Jadi awak akan faham perkara tu. Okay, what else? And finally, under the job requirement, the function of the job. Nak menentukan proses percetakan mana yang sesuai function job ni. Projek ni apa fungsi dia? Sebagai brand name, macam ni. Souvenir item. This for example, tiga ketul dia. 3 buah, 3 butir, 3 buah lah 3 biji lah 3 biji mark ni for example. For souvenir. 3 biji. Under souvenir item. Jadi dia nak print 3 je. 3 je nak print. Kalau large quantity, nampak? Dia tak sesuai lah sini. Dia akan pergi screen printing. Large quantity, 5,000 contohnya. Memang nak jual. Memang nak jual macam ni kan. Cencawan ni. Kan? Nak jual satu dunia kan. Satu Malaysia nak jual. Jadi tak sesuai digital print. Volume is so high to print on this. So apa function dia? As what? As what? Banyak lagi yang you can think of. Pen drive, pen, apa ni, buku. Buku macam mana cik? Buku majalah bukan print banyak ke? Think beyond than that. Kalau personalized cover, saya pernah buat personalized cover. Ini pengalaman lah kerja dengan Cina kan. Dia antara salah satu syarikat yang bawa masuk HP Indigo, yang membeli HP Indigo lebih kurang tahun 2005, 2006 macam itulah. Siapa jadi dia punya siapa jadi mangsa dia? Siapa jadi mangsa dia waktu tu? Tak lain tak bukan saya. So Yusof, I want you to operate this machine. Saya. Bagi lagi satu tanggungjawab. Dah lah aku tengok plate, saya juga tengok film. Dia suruh saya pula tengok HP Indigo. Memang caca marba lah kerja. HP Indigo one of the printing dekat Rawang, salah satu yang pertama, awal tahun 2000 ketika tu. Masa tu support memang teruk. Teruk. Mesin ada banyak problem mesin dia. Dia tak, maybe dia punya R&D tu in Malaysia lah kot, dia punya support tu tak begitu memuaskan, jadi dia so kena lah fikir. So kembali kepada cerita ni, so apa dia buat, saya duk fikir lah, macam mana bos mau produk yang macam mana ni. Magazine sudah print, masa tu Health and Beauty, saya tak ada lah sampel dia, nak kena cari dalam store. Health and Beauty ni satu majalah kesihatan. So dia duk fikir, macam mana, apa yang kita boleh buat ni, Mr. Gan Huakok. Okay. Dia tak ada printing plate, so tak payah buat plate, kita faham lah. So, apa kata bos, kita letak nama kat depan. We put names lah in the front. Nama siapa? Nama customer ke apa ke? Tengoklah, kita boleh masukkan in front here. Jadi betul juga tu kan. So, dia bincang ke apa dengan dia punya client tu, Hair and Beauty punya publisher dan sebagainya. Datang nama banyak. Nama dalam Excel. Kita minta Excel lah waktu tu. To integrate those name. To use data merge dalam InDesign. Nak masukkan nama dia. Nama-nama orang tu. Nama-nama pembeli Hair and Beauty tu. On the front cover. So kita print front cover tu. Ada two cover. Magazine tu two cover. First cover. Nama dengan satu gambar yang lain. Ada advertisement. Second cover, the actual one, print on offset. So, dia bind together. Memang nampak pelik lah. Tapi jadi satu majalah lah. Two cover magazine. Two cover magazine. First cover, ada advertisement, ada nama. Doktor apalah, Hair and Beauty ni selalunya doktor belilah. Doktor-doktor kesihatan beli. Apa benda nama India lah, nama Chinese, semua ada kat dalam tu, kita masukkan namanya. Dia siapa-siapa. Dia Yusof, dia Hanis, dia Hafi, dia Syakir. Nama orang. Dan dengan gambar iklan ke apa benda. Masa ketika tu lah. So bila fikir-fikir balik sekarang ni saya duk fikir balik, itu dah jadi macam hybrid print. Dalam all those print on offset lithography, cover print on digital variable data. Jadi macam itulah some of the pengalaman saya lah menjalankan HP Indigo tu. So apa produk yang kami print waktu tu? Kami print journal. Journal ni penulisan ilmiah, penulisan akademik. Journal ni isi kandungan dia penulisan ilmiah daripada penyelidik ataupun researcher yang duk buat, dia compile jadi satu journal. Journal ni pula diterbitkan dalam bentuk apa kelas? Dalam bentuk berkala. Tempoh masa yang tertentu. Jadi dapatlah beberapa isu tu memang kita print on HP Indigo. Tapi cover kita tak dapat print on HP Indigo sebab kita tak dapat color match dengan journal tu. Dia ada color, special color. So kena print on offset. Content print on Indigo. Berapa kuantiti journal waktu tu? Adalah dalam 150, paling banyak tak silap saya adalah dalam 250. 250 journal yang macam tu. Something like this lah. Journal something like this. Kan? Yang macam ni kan. Ni special color. Content dia kita print lah. Biasanya content dia 4 color macam ni kan. Ada black and white. Ada color macam ni. Gambar orang. Tengoklah gambar researcher ke. Gambar apa dia buat kajian ke kan. Dia akan print. Graph. Benda-benda yang technical. Benda-benda yang scientific. About the research. So dapatlah job yang macam ni Cina tu. Jadi macam itulah HP Indigo punya kerja. Jadi selepas daripada tu banyaklah job yang masuk. Dia pun dah start hire people yang duk menjaga benda tu dan sebagainya. Tapi mission tu pada ketika tu, let me share you experience, memang ada problem. Pening kepala. Sebab support dia tak berapa memuaskan lah support dia. Sekarang ni dah okay sebab HP Excellence Center berada di Singapore. Untuk cover Asian region. Untuk cover ASEAN ni, dia ada Excellence Center yang ada specialist dia, technical dia semua duduk sana. Ada problem kita call dari Singapore, pum dia akan ambil. Dia akan datang dari Singapore buat troubleshoot dan sebagai nowadays. Okay, so this is the final topic of today. However, we have another one. I plan this later sekejap lagi. Boleh ke kita teruskan? Sekarang pukul 3.30. Boleh kita teruskan? Can we continue this?
Boleh je.
Boleh But before that, I think we take a break for a few minutes. Memandangkan dah 3.30, kita pun belum solat dan sebagainya. Kan? Macam you all bolehlah sambil mengunyah-ngunyah kan. Macam saya ni minum air apa je. Air bungkus je kan. Bungkus ikat tepi. So, give me about 10 minutes untuk solat kejap. Saya dah makan dah. So, give me 10 minutes. So, refresh balik apa yang saya duk cakap tadi tu. Relate balik dengan projek awak. So, saya dah sediakan class activities here. Apa class activity dia? Differentiate all the printing process. Bezakan setiap proses itu. And what is the press ataupun printing machine technical specification for your project? To print your project. Saya nak tahu technical spec. And of course, the homework, update and complete your technical report. Masukkan elemen-elemen yang kita bincangkan tadi itu. Justify. Kenapa pilih A, kenapa tak pilih B, kenapa pilih this type of process, this material. Kenapa you decide on that dan sebagainya. Use your own word. Gunakan, relate. Bukan copy. Bukan copy ni, type balik kan. Type balik dalam. Bukan. Relate ni dengan projek awak. Macam mana nak relate? Offset lithography, contoh buat ayat lah. Kita tak, bahasa Inggeris kita slow kan. Offset lithography was chosen for major one because of this. My client punya quantity gini. Macam tu just give you an idea. Okay? So give me about 10 minutes. Sekarang pukul katalah 3.30. 10 minutes ialah 3.40. Okay, let me go and solat first, and we going to continue on the press operation. But before that, any question? Soalan? Ada soalan?
There's no from me.
Thank you, Afi. Faiz ada soalan, Faiz? Mana tahu Faiz lupa ke jalan nak pergi Singapura ni, Faiz Faiz pergi lawatan ke Johor Ni Faiz. So Faiz maybe dah lupa ke apa ke, boleh tanya. even Faiz can share lah pengalaman Faiz. Macam mana pensyarah tu bawa Faiz pergi Singapore and learn about the newest technology. Digital offset. Tak ada soalan? Any question? Okay, kalau tak ada apa-apa, give me 10 minutes for solat and we going to continue. So for the rest of you, if you want to remain here, boleh remain, boleh kekal berada di Google Meet. Lepas tu kalau nak disconnect first, boleh disconnect. Lepas tu masuk balik. So I will leave this session open. Okay, bye, see you. Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ini masuk jam yang keempat bercakap. Jam yang keempat. Saya sedar golongan-golongan milenium anda ni lah semua generasi ni dia tak berapa suka mendengar ceramah yang panjang lebar. Dia tengok short. Tapi tak ada pilihan lah saya fikir. Kita tak ada pilihan yang lain. Jadi kita teruskan. Hopefully kita boleh go through this proses. Memandangkan kita tak dapat pengalaman lah untuk menjalankan projek tersebut secara face to face. Jadi let's continue. So before I go further into this, I would like to share to all of you here my reference untuk topik seterusnya, iaitu di pengoperasian mesin cetak. So this is my reference. Theoretically, using these books, sheet fed, offset, press, operating. You can find this book. Kalau ada rezeki bolehlah pinjam buku ni. So saya pun pinjam buku ni. Kalau kita ilmu tak cukup kita kena banyak baca abang kata Cik Zul kan. Kena baca. So I borrow this book to facilitate the learning process. So since I am still learning in this topic, maybe some of the penerangan saya, topik saya tu agak very theoretical, straightforward. Awak tak boleh nak membayangkan perkara itu. Jadi this is very important. Kalau kita face to face, kita boleh experience proses tu. Tapi kita dah experience proses tu pun kita tak boleh ingat proses tu. Bak kata Hafi. Walaupun dia boleh mencetak tapi dia proses apa yang mula-mula ni? Mat ready, pre-mat ready. You know, benda-benda yang macam tu. Jadi with that kan, saya fikir dia punya teori, konsep asas tu sangat penting. So I'm using this book, sheet fed, offset, press, operating. Number 1. Okay. Number 2. Again, from the library. Ilmu tak cukup, kena baca banyak lah. Okay. You can find this book, Make Ready on the Sheet Fed, Offset, Press. So these 2 books yang kita guna pakai. Now, focus of my topic today in this session will be on the offset, press, operation. Operasi mesin percetakan offset. Kita fokus pada mesin percetakan offset. Okay, so what about the rest? Maybe you will ask me, macam mana dengan yang lain, Cik? Yang lain, you can apply the same concept. Awak boleh apply konsep yang sama. Tapi image carrier dia beza je. Memanglah. Dari segi image carrier, how the image is transfer memang berbeza. Tapi proses persediaan tu, bak kata Cik Zul, persediaan tu pun penting. Operasi mesin ni bergantung kepada depending upon type of machine. Anda faham tu? Type of machine bergantung pada itu. Kalau we go into too specific pun kan, terlampau spesifik pun tak berapa, kurang lah sikit. I think about the manfaatnya. So we will apply the same. We will apply the offset, sheet fed, offset, press, operating, and hopefully you can apply for the other processes. Itu justifikasi dia. Now, okay, the first step before the actual operation of a press, offset press, there is one step. It is called make ready. Okay, make ready. Okay, make ready refer to a series of operation that changes the press over from the end of one job to the start of the next one. Okay, a series of operation. Beberapa siri operasi. Press over from the end of one job to the start of the next one. So what are the series of operation? Number of operation includes ink system wash up, setting sheet handling mechanism, plate mounting, blanket changing, pre-setting the ink fountain, making a trial impression, adjusting register, control, and achieving the color tolerance. So all these step in it sequence of order. Dalam sequence of order. So basically, make ready is about all the operation necessary to get the press ready for the present job. Inilah dia, make ready ni. All the operation necessary perlu to get the press ready for the present job. Nak ready kan press. For the present job. Jadi, with this unified understanding or unified meaning, okay, kita boleh faham lah dekat sini. Jadi, make ready ni bukan involve pada offset sahaja. Bukan pada offset saja. Dia juga boleh berlaku pada digital print, pada screen printing. Sebab tengok dia punya meaning. Operation. All of the operation necessary to get the press ready for the present job. Operation. Once acceptable printed sheet are being produced, make ready ends. Jadi, apa indikator make ready ni selesai? Apabila printed sheet yang kita boleh terima, acceptable. Printed sheet kita dah dapat, kita consider make ready dah selesai. Jadi kalau kita kembali kepada proses digital tadi yang kita dah belajar tadi, oleh kerana simplicity of digital printing tadi, make ready dia pun ada juga make ready, tapi very short one lah compared to the conventional process. Berbanding dengan proses konvensional yang lain. Inilah you bayangkan kalau saya ambil contoh dekat sini. Dia tak ada ink system wash up digital print. Tak ada ni. Sheet handling mechanism, everything is digital. Click. Because why? And it became more simple because limited size. Size dia yang sangat limited. Kan? Size dia mungkin A4, mungkin A3, tolerance dia macam tu. Lagi, plate mounting. Tak ada plate digital printing. So, don't need this. Ada blanket? Tak ada blanket. Presetting the ink fountain. Tak ada ink fountain. Toner dia dalam cartridge. Cross yang ni. Trial and impression. Maybe yes. Maybe we have this in digital print. Print satu dulu. Sebab maybe quantity dia 100 for example. Print one for the proof. Nak tengok see how. Register. there is no register control. Adalah sikit if it depending upon the complexity of the job. Kalau digital printing, front and back ada duplex setting, kena buat register control front and back. Is minimal. Color tolerance. Yep, we can measure the color tolerance itself. Very minimal. Sometimes tak apply pun dalam di digital printing kan. Jadi basically this process can be used for digital printing and the other process, tapi kena customize or kena lihat kepada nature of the process. Macam tu Kalau inkjet macam mana cik? Inkjet pun ada ke? Inkjet pun terlibat juga dengan benda ni. You kena masukkan paper, kena trial impression, register ke, tak ada register front and back, dia print terus. Print head dia 4 color. You don't need this. Maybe ada setting need to set this. Jadi ada berlaku dalam proses percetakan macam tu. Okay. So during this period, paper is being wasted out of necessity. Paper ni memang in offset lithography, paper is being wasted. Memang akan jadi waste lah. Sebab nak mendapatkan kriteria yang kita nakkan. Kriteria yang kita perlukan. Okay? Necessity. Perlu. Keperluan tu. Berdasarkan keperluan yang tertentu. Acceptable. Nak dapatkan printed sheet yang acceptable. So, kena adjust A, adjust B, adjust C, adjust D. All those elements need to be adjusted because it is necessary to achieve that acceptable printed sheet. Tu meaning dia. So, therefore, waste tu memang confirm ada. However, it can be minimized. Ianya boleh dikurangkan waste ni. By completing the press make ready as quickly as possible. Macam mana nak minimize waste? Dalam make ready, kena buat benda tu systematically dan secepat, sesegera yang mungkin. Nak segera, kena lakukannya secara sistematik dan kena bersedia. Boleh minimize waste, boleh meminimalkan waste tersebut. Okay, so now in offset lithography, make ready can be divided into simple make ready, partial make ready, and full make ready. Okay, simple, partial, full make ready. Now, on single color press, offset lithography, make ready procedure involve one plate change. Ink fountain setting, dampening system, and type and size of paper is unchanged. Ini kategori simple make ready. Tukar plate. That what? Ink fountain setting, ink fountain setting, setting ni, dampening system, and type of paper and size of paper tak berubah, kekal. Plate sahaja yang bertukar. Single color press. Okay. Partial make ready. On a single or 2 color press that to print 4 color job. mesin single color ataupun mesin two color. Tapi nak cetak four color. Nak cetak four color. So after the first two color are printed, katalah two color machine, two color press. After the first two color are printed, the press is stopped and inking system is clean. New plates are installed. Blanket and blanket packing may and may not be changed. The delivery is unloaded and the feeder is loaded. But feeder, guide or delivery settings are not changed. Maksudnya paper dia sama. The inking system is washed up and the ink fountain is refilled and reset for a new color. Nampak tak? Two color machine, mungkin dia akan cetak cyan, magenta dulu. Two color machine It's a two color machine. Dah print. Okay. Dah print. Lepas tu, wash up. Masuk plate baru. Kalau cyan magenta, jadi masuk plate yellow, masuk plate black. So of course, involve apa? Sebelum masukkan ink, kan? You kena masukkan apa? Oh, sorry, here. New plates are installed, plate baru. Blanket mungkin kena tukar. Kalau ada masalah, kena buat, kena tukar. Packing. Delivery, keluar plate, keluarkan paper. Unload and feeder is loaded. Feeder, loaded. Feeder, guide and delivery setting tak berubah kedudukan. Jadi maknanya memberi kita gambaran bahawa paper tu sama. Inking system kena dicuci. Confirm kena cuci lah. Logically lah. Why? Because what dah berbeza. Tadi cyan magenta, ini mungkin yellow and black. This is called partial make ready. Okay. Now, full make ready consists of all steps necessary to start entirely new job. Okay, on a single and two color presses, the entire press is washed up. A wash up of a inking system on a four color press is usually unnecessary if the same four ink will be used in the same color sequence. Plates and packing are changed and blanket are washed. Feeder, guide, delivery settings are usually changed. So the feeder is reloaded and delivery is emptied. Ni under the full make ready. Perlu, necessary, entirely new job. Entirely new job. Necessary, necessary step. Kalau in the single or two color presses, entire press kena wash up. Kena wash up. Kena wash up. Single or two color press. However, for four color press ni, four color press is usually unnecessary. Kalau four color tak perlu. If, ada if. Jika the same four ink will be used in the same color sequence. Dalam sequence yang sama, black, cyan, magenta, yellow, that is the ink sequence for our project, adalah sama. Jadi ianya tak perlu dibuat wash up. Cuma apa yang kena buat? Plate and packing. Kalau perlu tukar packing. Change and blanket wash. Feeder, delivery, feeder, guide and delivery setting biasanya akan berubah. Tapi depending upon how the paper is cut, biasa kan kita dah selaraskan proses tu. Jadi oleh kerana semua sama, sepatutnya saiz dia sama. Namun, ada namun. Tapi depending upon the grammage of your paper. Because why? Because it involve the caliper setting. Need to be put in the press. Perlu dimasukkan pada press tersebut. Caliper ni apa kelas? How can I know about this? You can look here. Under here. Under guide. Ni. Ni. Here. Okay. All this setting need to be thickness mm. Measured using micrometer. This micrometer. Ni kita terima kasih pada Cik Saleh. Cik Saleh sediakan table ni. Dia measure setiap satu paper ni. Dia letakkan dia punya thickness. Supaya proses tu jadi cepat. Using this. And set the thickness into the machine. So hopefully ada somebody yang buatkan table untuk saya lah. Benda ni, kemaskan table ni dan dijadikan table yang baik. So depending upon this, look at this, what is the GSM and this is the thickness. This information need to be fed into the machine. Masukkan pada mesin. Ada kaitan dengan feeder unit. Okay. So that is under the full make ready. Full make ready. Types of make ready. Under the full make ready. So now remember that. Okay. Simple, partial and full make ready. Okay. Now, so this is a standard procedure for preparing an offset press. A standard procedure in preparing the offset press. Number one, we need to adjust the press feeder system, sheet register system and press delivery system. Okay, like I mentioned, and also you have viewed my topic, sheet fed offset press. This system is in the machine itself, pada mesin tersebut. Okay, adjust all those things accordingly. According what? According to the instruction lah. Job instruction apa? Paper type, job, dan job names, dan sebagainya. So, sub activities here, you need to check the instruction. Job docket. Apa instruction kerja? Dalam tu ada maklumat kuantiti. Dalam tu ada maklumat caliper, type of paper, method, printing method, ink, dan sebagainya. Then position the paper feed table and load paper stock onto the press. Load the paper. onto the press. And then adjust sheet pickup and feed mechanism on the press. Set up and adjust all feed board mechanism for sheet control and registration. Adjust all delivery mechanism for proper sheet travel from printing unit delivery pile. So all these thing is generic, common in offset press, and depending upon machine specification. Tadi I give you one example, Litron. Mungkin Litron dia punya approach mungkin berbeza dengan Heidelberg. So to get a better view on this, what you can do under the classwork. Okay, under the classwork, to get a better understanding of this, go to Heidelberg Speedmaster XL75 press. Go to here. Besar sangat file dia. Ni. LS99900110. Saya sengaja biarkan dia punya nama dia macam ni. Sebab yang ni datang from the Heidelberg itself. So apa ni? This is the technical data spec of the machine. They have one spec of the machine over here. Ni. Next is about operating procedure. Ni. Another one is about the maintaining of the XL75. Kan? Because why? Because tadi saya sebut different system have different approach kan. So you can download this. Nampak? Operating manual. Because our XL75 involves some sort of automation, ada automasi yang tertentu. Jadi some of the function here can be adjusted automatically. Okay? Automatically. Your responsibility is to study this operating manual. Tak perlu hafal. Jangan hafal. Just show some courtesy. Cikgu dah bagi tahu to get familiar what is called by register system, delivery system, paper to be run, all these things kan, pick up and mechanism on the press kan. Nak dapatkan better understanding, look at the operating manual. Look at the operating manual. See? Here. Ni. Okay. Is the manual. So, this is a manual kan. So, please expect benda ni memang panjang lebar lah. Sampai 600 muka surat. Okay. So, to get you a better understanding of offset press operation. Offset press operation. So, you can look into this. You can download this and maybe you can get a screen capture lah. Nak dapatkan ni, capture ni pun boleh. Nampak? Ni in our ink sequence kita. This for example. Boleh ambil. Saya bagi awak ambil. Tapi kalau ambil, kena terangkan lah. Kalau ambil, gunakan pula dalam report, kena ada reference to this picture. Jangan letak semata-mata tunjukkan bahawa ini dah tak ada penghuraian. Kena bagi tahu. Kena mention lah. Kalau tak mention, then buat apa letak? Itu je jawapan saya. Kalau tak ada mention apa-apa, jangan letak. Buat apa? Buat report yang panjang lebar ke? Tak perlu nak buktikan apa-apa. Tak perlu buktikan bahawa report saya paling panjang, saya paling banyak, saya paling hebat. Tak ada buktikan apa-apa. Kita akan tengok awak punya presentation. Because kita tahu semua orang tak boleh balik. So I want you to really understand the theory and the concept behind the offset press operating. Next step is to mount the plate. You also have seen the process to mount the plate. Pasang plate tersebut. Kan, dalam slide saya, dalam modul saya sebelum ni pun saya nyatakan bagaimana cara, ada video yang menunjukkan mount the plate. So check work instruction. Kena check lah. Inspect the plate for quality and proper copy. Inspect. Do inspection of the plate. Tengok plate. Bukan tengok. Teliti plate. Betul tak? Plate ni, image yang saya dapat ni betul ke tidak? Buat comparison dengan proof. Kan ada kesilapan ke? Tidak ke? Dan sebagainya. Tengok quality plate lah. Kita dah belajar dalam proses control. Kita ada elemen yang tertentu kalau kita nak buat untuk tengok quality plate tersebut. Okay. Point number C. Plate caliper and prepare the packing. Biasanya kita akan pakai plate yang sama and packing kita dah standardized. Tapi tak salah untuk kita check plate caliper tu, dia punya measurement. Biasanya in the printing industry dia akan I did mention about this. Manufacturer, supplier of the plate tu biasanya kita akan kekal sama je supaya kita ada what you call synchronize lah. Proses tu jadi synchronize dan dapat menjimatkan masa. Check the plate cylinder and the back of the plate are clean. Check plate. Tadi inspect plate. Jadi check plate cylinder. This normally happen during the mount the plate. Bila awak nak pasang tu, biasanya operator akan move the plate, the cylinder and do some kind of inspection. Okay. Do some kind of inspection on the plate cylinder. And everything is satisfied. You can mount the plate and on the press. Mount the plate. Boleh pasang plate tu. Again, depending upon type of machine. Okay. Ada yang machine yang fully auto. You can just slot in the plate. You just click the button and it will roll up and then mount. Ada juga macam tu. Ataupun fully manual. You kena buka satu-satu the rail. You kena unfasten dia punya lock. Masukkan wrench dia. Lepas tu you kena grip dia properly. Dengan torque yang tertentu. Barulah plate tu boleh dipasang dengan baik. So in order to get better understanding on that, go to the manual. Okay. Prepare new blanket. Prepare new blanket. Again, prepare new blanket depending upon the type of pre-press. Here. Depending upon type of make ready. Depending upon type of make ready. If you need to change the blanket, then blanket need to be changed. Okay. So this is a quite technical process, clean the body of the cylinder and wipe off the barrels, lock the leading edge of the blanket into place and insert the calculated amount of packing beneath the blanket, move the press until the trailing edge can be locked into the trailing clamps, lock the trailing edge into clamps using torque wrench to tighten the reel mechanism to provide proper blanket tension. Blanket. Again, depending upon the spec of the machine, tengok apa torque yang sesuai untuk ikat ataupun mount the blanket. Okay. Now, number 4, checklist number 4, prepare the dampening system. Install clean roller covers where required. And this is one of the component in the dampening system. Prepare the fountain solution. Test the fountain solution for proper pH and conductivity levels. Fill and refill the fountain solution pan. Now, here proper pH level is very important. Tadi we just mentioned about ink and water balance kan. Nampak dia ada pH level. Conductivity level akan mempengaruhi percetakan. Sepatutnya in the books Hafi dalam buku ini yang sepatutnya operator jalankan. So now you understand ada step yang kat sini tak aplikasikan so maybe you can relate that with your report. And then refill the fountain solution and set the dampening controls for the press run. Set the dampening for the press run. Okay. Now, prepare the ink and inking system. Checklist number 5. Prepare the ink and inking system. Check the instruction. Check instruction lagi berapa kali nak check. Memang kena check instruction. For proper ink and ink color to be used. Boleh jadi dalam industri kan, dia kata okay, customer nak pakai dakwat ini for example. From this manufacturer. So kena gunakan dakwat tersebut. Ataupun a special color. Bukan process color, spot color, special color. So kena clearly. Kena clear, nak dapatkan gambaran yang betul. Yang tepat. Biasanya datang daripada instruction, work order kita. Work order, job spec, job docket. So install the rollers, fill in the fountain, ink the press. Ink the press. So we can ink the press. Apply the ink to the press. So this is the preparing the offset press. All these checklists. Apa ni? All this step is a generic one that outline the steps and procedure to prepare the offset press. To prepare the offset press. Yang menjalankan ini operator lah. Yang memastikan yang gerak kerja ini adalah operator. So you as a supervisor, you need to monitor that all this step is properly done. During my time, dulu masa waktu saya, kita ada a simple version of this lah. Simple version ni. Offset press ni, dia ada simple version. Dia tak ada specific ni. Sebab mesin dia ada banyak masa tu. Ada jenis Mitsubishi, Roland, Heidelberg. So ada 3 jenis mesin. Jadi spek dia punya features ni berbeza-beza. Dia punya approach, dia punya features, dia punya setting juga berbeza-beza. Jadi kita ada satu unified checklist. Unified checklist yang mana operator kena follow. Kena follow. Jadi this can be used as a common lah ataupun generic steps and procedure in preparing the offset press. In preparing the offset press. Okay, so this is preparing the offset press before the make ready. So when we prepare all those step, all press, then we can apply the make ready. Prepare the press for new press run. Check copy plates paper against the instruction. Prepare the offset press according to the procedure. Ni procedure. Prepare the make ready books. Books ni, I will consider this as a file for printing. Make ready pile. Kertas yang diperuntukkan untuk make ready. It could be, dia boleh jadi kertas yang telah digunakan sebelum ini, dipusingkan, diterbalikkan. Nek gunakan bahagian belakang dia. Make ready kan. Next, making the trial impression. Okay, making the trial impression. So, making the trial impression is making the trial impression and producing the okay sheet. Trial impression. Test print. Dalam make ready, test. Ini prepare the books, make ready books, cut the waste and blah blah blah. Ini like I mentioned earlier, maybe we can use kita boleh gunakan apa? Waste paper yang sebelum ini. Berapa banyak? Berapa banyak yang kita gunakan? 10, 20, 50, 100. 100 lah pula. Boleh jadi. So clean the plate and everything. So ni to produce the trial impression. Then we trial print it out. Trial impression dipanggil. Examine the make ready sheet. Lepas kita clean the plate, engage the dampening rollers, check for dampening, check sheet travel, machine, feeder stop, disengage the dampening roller. Step ketiga, examine the make ready. Kita dah start trial, test satu. Or a few kan. Kita examine the make ready sheet. Yang keluar tu kita panggil dia sebagai make ready sheet. Examine for its position and register of a image, quality of print and color of print. Apa yang kita check? Yang pertama, register. Ni trial impression trial. Quality of print and color. So these three aspect yang kita semak semasa trial impression. Trial impression ini berlaku sewaktu make ready. Ni. Here. So normally what do we check? Apa yang kita semak? Quality. Apa yang kita semak? Weak print. Tengok. Print out dia. Okay tak okay? Weak ke? Ataupun terlalu heavy ke? Ada scumming, feeling of half tone, lines, mottle, moire pattern, grainy, print on uncoated paper, sheet fail to deliver. Ada juga kertas ni tersangkut pada blanket, melekat pada blanket. Ada juga kertas ni excessively curl, dia tersangkut juga pada delivery. So kita tengok all those things. So kita tengok kepada something unusual on the print out. Basically we check unusual things on the trial impression. We check on that. Sebab itu masa print tu kan, saya duk cakap lah dengan Hafi and all yang masa dapat print yang pertama, I ask them to check. Saya bagi okay, check. Inilah benda-benda ni yang awak sepatutnya semak. Print, quality of print kena check kan. Color of print, sebab tu kita ada proof. Compare with the printed sheet. Check on the content, compare. So make necessary adjustment. Buat. Okay, kalau kita tak berpuas hati, kita akan buat. Kalau ada problem with weak print, lemah cetakan dia, pressure dia, transfer of the image tu tak kuat ataupun tak jelas ke apa macam tu So kita kena buat adjustment. Benda ni tak capai, checklist ni tak capai, so kita kena buat adjustment. Run again subsequent make ready sheet and perform any adjustment. Apa yang adjustment yang perlu? Plate ke, dampening or inking system. Do the adjustment. Again, during that adjustment, continue to pull make ready sheet. Print out, tarik skeping. Tarik skeping and check. It's your responsibility untuk beritahu operator. Kan awak production manager kan, for example. Beritahu, sorry bang, boleh tarik skeping nak check. Okay, tarik, ambil, tengok. Biasanya lah, normally in the situation kan, operator tu yang akan tarik sendiri. Sebab dia faham konsep trial impression ini. Ada step ni. Jadi dia akan buat. Sebab itu dalam salah satu dia punya prosedur lah. Dan mereka juga dilatih lah untuk ni. Halim ada kat sini, Halim tak ada. Mereka dilatih untuk buat benda-benda macam itu. So this is part of their procedure. But it's your responsibility to check dia punya appearance. It's your responsibility to check. Bukan dia tunggu situ, okay, tunggu kejap lah, dia print out. Okay lah, tak okay pun tak okay lah. Macam tu kan jawapan kita kan. Totally wrong. Dalam printing industry kita kena communicate. If we found something unusual. Tapi kena communicate dengan baik lah, effectively lah. Janganlah kau marah, apa ni bang? Dia Macam mana pun kita kena hormat position dia. Dia sebagai operator, captain of the press, kan? Ataupun dia lebih tua daripada kita, kan? Kita kena communicate effectively. Kan? Pengalaman saya cakap dengan Chinese, operator Chinese kan. Ingat senang ke nak cakap? Dia akan tembak kita, mana you tahu gini. So kita kena go with the flow. Very difficult kan. Kita nak laksanakan tugas kita kan. Kita want to check. Jadi kita kena ada empathy lah. Empathy lah. Kita kena letakkan diri kita di tempat dia. Kat tempat dia dengan suasana mesin yang bunyi bising. Dengan keadaan yang tak sesejuk dalam pre-press. Kan? Yang berdiri lebih daripada 5-6 jam dekat mesin. Kan? Jadi dia merasa tekanan dan sebagainya. Tiba-tiba kita datang, bos saya mau tolong angkat ni. Jadi dia terasa tercabar. Ni just sharing with you the experience. Tapi it's our responsibility to check that. Tapi kita kena communicate effectively. To communicate effectively. In a proper organisation, printing organisation, perkara tersebut memang dah diguna pakai pun. Tak payah minta pun memang dah ada. Sebab they have their own QA department. Dia ada QA department, Quality Assurance Department. Yang mana tanggungjawab dia untuk tarik benda ni, tarik all this paper to check this. To check this. Okay, so to continue to pull the mat ready sheet until proper position, register, color, register dan sebagainya, point yang ni diperolehi, diselesaikan. Akan continue tarik sampai puas hati lah, sampai tak ada isu, sampai okay. Itu yang dimaksudkan sebagai trial impression. Sampai okay, producing okay sheet. Dalam buku kata okay sheet. Even dalam industri, dalam pengalaman saya pun dia gunakan perkataan okay sheet. Dia tulis itu. Ada chop okay sheet. Kalau high profile job, kan, high profile job, job yang berprofil tinggi. Contohnya klien yang besar kan, contohnya. Dia a large client ke, ataupun klien yang fussy ke. Jadi printed sheet tu dia akan tarik dan dia akan minta bos yang tengok. Untuk mendapatkan okay sheet. Nak dapatkan okay sheet. Nampak ni. Choose sheet to serve as an okay sheet and have it approved. Dapatkan approved by the customer or management. Memang betul pun. Management yang akan buat approval tersebut. Before running the actual job. Yep. Dia akan minta approval. Kalau high profile, macam I mentioned earlier, high profile job, sampai bos turun tengok. And sometimes customer tak datang, bos turun tengok. Ataupun sales team dia turun tengok, yang menjaga klien tersebut akan turun dan pastikan okay. Dapat okay sheet tersebut. Pengalaman saya, job-job yang baru, high pro, job baru masuk dalam company, klien baru, dan juga high profile job yang high profile. Customer yang besar ke, customer kawan bos ke, customer quantity besar ke, dan sebagainya. For a repeat job, repeat job, normally dia akan let go lah. Dia akan bagi you sample, then dia akan mention, okay, follow this color. For example, follow this color. I want this color to achieve this overall print. So you can continue lah untuk dapatkan okay sheet. Jadi dalam konteks kita cetak, katalah kalau kita cetak, your responsibility is to give okay to the sheet. Awak bertanggungjawab untuk dapatkan okay sheet ni. Untuk give approval to the operator to resume or proceed with the actual print run. Sebelum dia tekan button tu nak actual print, awak yang bertanggungjawab. Operator will ask you, okay tak? Awak pun tak tahu nak jawab macam mana. Lama kelamaan operator pun tekan je lah. Pengalaman saya, batch ni bagus lah. Batch ni okay, dia faham apa yang dia kena check waktu printing. Batch yang lepas-lepas lama-lama Cik Syawal, Cik Saleh pun dah dia tekan je lah. Pelajar-pelajar yang lepas tak tahu apa benda nak check. Nak check apa ni, tengok je lah. Padahal yang paling penting kena tengok dan buat comparison with the proof or whatever. Itu penting on the okay sheet. Even at that time kita boleh cakap, minta maaf tuan, macam tadi I did mention. I think you can ambil densitometer and do the measurement. I think density ni terlampau tinggi lah. Can you reduce this? Can you, Cik Syawal boleh tak register ni saya rasa dia lari sikit macam ni. Tak sengit ke apa. Biasanya tu tak berlaku lah. Ada tolerance yang tertentu. Kalau overall dah okay, dia okay. Tapi kita boleh nampak, cik ni ada spot lah. Ada spot. Print out ni ada spot. Boleh tak kita cuci benda ni? You can mention that. Macam spot, kekotoran, ada kotor pada printed sheet. Kita nampak tapi kita tak cakap apa. Kita tak cakap apa. Sebab mungkin kita tak tahu benda tu betul ke tak betul. Tapi kita tahu, ini bukan sebahagian daripada print out saya. Bukan sebahagian daripada design saya. Jadi you can mention. Mungkin operator tak nampak. Maybe that happen.
Boleh jadikan proofing kan sebagai benchmark kan?
Yup. Proof we can use as a reference. Also, yes, we can use proof as a reference. Apa reference dia? We can look at the content. Tengok content dulu. Color belum betul fix kan? Maybe we can have an overview. Look at the content dulu. Ada tak semua image ni ataupun teks ni muncul dekat print out, dekat trial impression, tiba-tiba tak ada pula. Tak ada macam mana? Tak ada, dan kita highlight lah. Cik, I think ni hilang lah teks ni. Mungkin dia ada apa ke, sheet ke, dan sebagainya. Macam tu. That's why one of the checklist yang perlu ada di press ialah perkara-perkara yang dinyatakan ini. Dapat trial sampai dapat okay sheet. Then you approve. Then okay sheet tu ambil, simpan dan jadikan rujukan. Jadikan sample. Kalau in actual printing, apa saya suruh buat, okay, tarik benda ni, masuk dalam report. Saya akan cakap, okay, I want this to be in your report. Jangan sekalikan dalam finishing. Jangan masukkan dalam finishing. Ini kita punya trial impression. Okay sheet kita. Kalau dah kena finishing, dah kena laminate, dah tentu color dia berbeza. Kan? So, ketepikan part of your technical report. Okay? So, you can mention that. Saya tahu awak tak boleh print kan. Tapi in theoretically, maknanya awak boleh nyatakan, okay, so I get this step and this is the okay sheet yang saya dah dapat. So I will try to get this okay sheet as much as quickly as possible. Apa yang saya semak. Ini awak boleh gunakan ni. All this checklist yang saya nyatakan dekat sini. Anda boleh guna pakai ni checklist ni.
Justru mana ni nanti kalau dekat dalam report, kena masukkan jugalah all the macam misregistration punya sheet, lepas tu all the masalah yang berlaku tu mesti kena nyatakan kan, betul tak?
Yup. Kita nyatakan. Advantage for you, Hafi, because you have experienced the process. For the rest of you, untuk anda semua, I will share to you the common problems during the Mac Ready. Saya akan share kepada awak. Ya, betul, in theory, tapi ini dah based on the theoretical books yang dinyatakan. Apa kita boleh expect lah kalau kita print ni, apa kita boleh expect waktu Mac Ready. These are the problem. Those the thing that I will share with all of you. Okay, so let's look here. Examine the trial impression. Examine the trial impression. Ni. Examine tu nak check apa? Tadi saya cakap, the trial impression are inspected on a slightly inclined surface. Kalau Hafi ingat, kita check kita punya trial print tu under the standard viewing condition. Ini. Nampak? Kita check under here. Why we check this? Because this is the logic. Press Control Console. Viewing booth are equipped with standard lighting condition. Kita dah belajar dalam proses control lighting, how lighting affect our viewing. Kan? Jadi in the XL75 they have the standard lighting condition yang terkawal according to the here ISO 3664 2000. Jadi kita boleh examine the printout trial impression correctly in the specific standardized viewing condition. Bukannya kita duduk kat tepi tu, kat pallet tu kita check. Tak, kita letak dekat situ. Dan kalau kita tengok how operator works, lepas dia ambil scoping, dia akan put it here. Letak kat atas ni. So this is standard lighting condition. This is during the Mac Ready. Ni project saya dulu. Saya buat testing on the RIP. So this is during the Mac Ready. So kita tengah check ni. We are checking the trial impression. Ketika ni belum press OK lagi kot. Hampir-hampir nak sampai press OK ataupun OK sheet. So at this level saya minta Encik Syawal kau relax jap kat tepi ni, because I want to check this printed sheet and do some necessary adjustment. So akhirnya kita dapat printed sheet. Okay, and prior to that, sebelum itu, like I mentioned earlier, we do check on the plates kan. We check copy, we check plate, copy lah proof lah. Plates, paper, dan against the instruction. Kita check tu ni, kita check. Kita check the plate. After checking the plate, we do the ink adjustment. See? Manually adjust. This thing. This is the plate. Okay, so during the trial impression yang kita panggil tadi tu, we examine the following point. Ini point yang kita check lah. Position of the image. Correctly in sequence or not. And then check the register of the image. So, if I can remember correctly Hafi punya project, the position of the image tu menjadi antara isu yang utama masa tu. Operator did mention about, ni nampak tak? Bahagian bawah tu kan, terpotong. Nampak ke tak nampak? So we make an adjustment. Kita ambil printed sheet tu, kita dah buat pengukuran kasar kita, nampaknya boleh, cuma akan nampak line kertas putih tu. Jadi kita pun give ahead, proceed lah. Kita give proceed. Apa nak buat, kita pun tak ada plate baru, nak kena buat baru dan sebagainya kan. Tapi kita dah nampak problem tu dan kita aplikasikan dia, ataupun kita check rakan-rakan kita punya plate yang lain. So we decided to stop the machine, not to print lah. Kita tak cetak. Sebab kita nampak dah 2 job yang masuk tu, kita dah nampak ada 2 problem. Position of the image. Kalau Afi ingat perkara tu berlaku. Okay. Itu yang kita check. Register, kita check the register. On the 4 color machine, 4 color press, biasanya tak kurang lah menjadi masalah on the register kan. And next we check the quality of print. Apa problem yang berlaku? Okay, ink water balance. Kalau kita ingat, I don't think that the operator check lah ink and water balance ni. I don't think that they check this. Macam pH level tadi dalam buku ada, tapi dari segi implementation dia mungkin kurang. Maybe some of you will argue lah, kita tak payah check pun cik, sebab biasanya dia standard. Yap, betul, dia standard. Tapi in the books, implementation kata ada. Normally, we should check. Kalau orang yang jenis yang systematic way, dia akan check. Color overprint compared to the color proof supplied and standard ink density. Okay. So this is the apa yang kita check lah. Trial impression. What do we check on this? And quality of print. Point yang pertama I already covered. Point yang kedua, quality of print. Apa benda ni? Problems that may occur during make ready. Ini masalah yang dijangkakan, expect akan berlaku sewaktu proses make ready. Okay. So normally it can be divided into printing unit problem, a paper problem, ink feed and distribution problem, okay, and the ink problems. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Biasanya kita boleh expect perkara ini berlaku sewaktu proses make ready. Sewaktu proses make ready. Okay. Now, let's look at some of the example. So, example here. Problems due to the printing unit. Printing unit such as gear streak appear in the printing parallel to the cylinder axis. The distance between gear streak is uniform and correspond to the distance between the teeth of the cylinder driving gear. Ini salah satu masalah yang dijumpai ketika printing, masalah yang berpunca daripada printing unit. Kalau awak tengok tak ada gambar kat sini kan. Compare to ada gambar kan. Maknanya dekat sini gear strict depending upon type of machine. This book is a press workbook. Jadi maknanya mereka yang belajar ni dapat maklumat, dapat gambar tu, dapat efek tu, dia punya task tampal kat sini. Okay. So cause sebab dia improper packing of the plate and blanket. Packing tak betul. The blanket cylinder is trying to drive the plate cylinder. The surface drive exceed the gear drive there is no enough bearer pressure. Gear strict ni macam jaluran lah. Strict ni. Jadi benda ni tak appear tau. Tak sepatutnya ada tapi ada. Tak sepatutnya ada tapi tiba-tiba muncul. Jadi disebabkan oleh masalah pada printing unit. Strict ni nampak ni. Coretan dalam bahasa Inggerisnya a long thin line. A long thin line mark. Ada satu macam tanda halus ya. So I cannot describe to you because I don't have the picture here. But I know the reason of this is due to the improper packing. Improper packing. This happen due to the printing unit problem. Tadi kita discuss about the printing unit. Printing unit tu ada problem. Okay. One of the example. It's quite technical. It could be caused by lack of proper pressure. Bearer pressure. Tadi ada bearer tu, cylinder bearer tu, pressure kurang. Or D, dirt accumulated in the bottom of the gear teeth. Boleh jadi mesin bahagian silinder tu kotor. Jadi kekotoran itu ada gear grease ke minyak ke apa ke dah transfer on the paper. So kita akan nampak. So apa lagi? Non gear strict. Kalau gear tu, kalau kita imagine gear tu macam gigi-gigi in the printing run parallel to the cylinder axis. So still masalah dia on the printing unit problems. Worn cylinder bearings or lack of bearing preload. Ni semua bersifat technical. But my point here is all this something unusual happen on the printed sheet. Unusual marks or line or streak on the printed sheet. Kita nampak benda tu something wrong. Ada coretan, ada apa. Dan dia bukan sebahagian daripada image. Can see that. Jadi we as a operator or not, we as a manager kan, if we manage the process kan, jadi kita nampak something unusual, so kita tak boleh bagi go ahead. We need to ask our operator to troubleshoot this problem. Okay. Next problem, still under the printing unit problem, uneven impression. Uneven, tak sekata. Can result from several condition. Cylinder pressure, uneven cylinder pressure, uneven ink feed, ink rollers, uneven dampening, poor or worn press plate and defective plate. Impression ni, tekapan ataupun cetakan tu nampak tak even, tak sekata. Ada banyak sebab dia. Berpunca daripada cylinder pressure pada silinder tu tak sekata, ink feed tidak sekata, dampening ataupun plates ataupun blanket. Itu. So remedies dia ialah kena check one by one all those yang contribute to that problems and replace. Kalau perlu replace, we need to replace. Replace the blanket. Check the tolerance, packing, tolerance with the blanket supplier, measure several areas of the blanket. Check. We need to check all those things. Ada dent or not, dan sebagainya. Uneven impression. We can all this is visual. Yang saya sebutkan tadi, visual inspection tau. Kita nampak daripada segi visual ni, kita boleh nampak. Next, still under the printing unit problems is about slurring. Slurring maksudnya is the filling in of the halftone shadows and the appearance of the fringe that the black edges of solid. This printing defect is common when printing on coated paper. Slurring. Slurring. Now, this and indicator patches ni. So kita nampak dia macam ni. Biasanya kita boleh detect on the star target, dot gain scale and slur gauge. Now remember, in process control kita ada belajar pasal color bar and kita ada belajar setiap function pada color bar tu, and then you need to state that in your report. Ini masalah slurring. Filling in of halftone shadows and the appearance of fringe at the back edges of the solid. Sepatutnya ini dia akan fill in, dia akan sharp. Tapi tengok ni. In this shadow, halftone shadow area, dia fill in. Sepatutnya dia nampak very fine. These patches sepatutnya dia nampak fine. Okay. Now, cause, sebab slippage in the impression nib. Satu. Okay. Yang kedua, too much ink on coated stock. Banyak Ink is too thin. Peeling of paper coating. Boleh jadi problem dia on the paper itself. Paper itself. So you need to check on this. So what are the indicator here? Slurring. Look at the patches within the color bar. Check on the color bar. Okay. Next is about doubling. Doubling also caused by the printing unit problems. Is a register problem that occurs either between units or within a unit. Doubling usually occurs when the ink on the blanket does not completely transfer to the paper. not completely transfer to the paper, this leave a printable image on the blanket. If the ink image transferred by the plate on the subsequent revolution of the cylinder does not exactly align with the image remaining on the blanket, a double image will transfer from the blanket to the paper. Double image. Image nampak dua, doubling. Double images will print until all available ink from the first image on the blanket is transferred. Sepatutnya ada satu image je. Tapi image yang pertama tadi itu masih ada lagi dan dia transfer pula kepada image yang seterusnya. Jadi kita nampak doubling. Itu perkataan doubling tu muncul. Itu yang doubling itu itulah yang merujuk kepada doubling. So there is a variety of cause here. The plate cylinder driven by a plate cylinder is forced to run faster. There could be a mechanical parts in the printing unit. Blanket speed dan sebagainya. Of course, next cause is excessive play in the bearing or register of cylinders and roller. Bearing problems. Gear, cylinder within the printing unit. Okay. Next. Okay. Next is about the problem about the ink feed and distribution. Okay. Uneven ink feed. Uneven ink feed. Describe variation in ink distribution or transfer between the ink rollers. Uneven. Nama pun dia uneven ink feed. So you can see variation in ink distribution. Ada yang gelap, ada yang lebih dakwat, ada yang kurang. Unevenly spread out across the printout. Okay. So this is related to the ink feed and distribution. Distribute ni maksudnya transferring the ink lah. So if we look closely, dia punya, awak pun dah belajar mechanically in the inking system of a offset press. You tengok ada banyak roller, a train of roller tu before the ink reach the plate kan. Ada banyak tu. Kenapa ada banyak? To make sure that the ink evenly spread out across the ink, across the cylinder ataupun across the roller. Even thin, semua sama seragam sahaja. Sebab tu dia ada ink train tu panjang, banyak roller dia. Ink roller tu dia banyak. Supaya dia punya transferring of the ink tu dia evenly. Jadi antara reason of this ialah improperly set roller. Roller yang saya sebutkan tadi tu tak properly set. Tak properly set. Ataupun ink oscillator or rollers. Strip ink oscillator or rollers. Part B, cause C, low spots on oscillator. Intermediate rubber rollers. All this technically related to the ink feed. Ink feed. Okay. Horizontal streak tadi pun dah I did mention about that. So what else? So we have paper related problem. Okay. Paper related problems such as wrinkles and creases. Paper is wrinkled before it is run through the press, or it is become wrinkled as a result of running it through the press. Wrinkle ni apa? Wrinkle. What is wrinkle? Renyuk. Wrinkle ni boleh tulis sini menulis pula. W-R-I-N-K-L-E-S. Wrinkles. Renyuk lah. Crease. Kedutan. Betul. Kedutan. Ada renyukan.
Wrinkle kedut.
Kedut. Kedutkan. Kedut. Berlaku kedut lah kepada paper. Patutnya paper tu smooth, flat surface before it's enter the press. It could be masa dia nak masuk tu kita, yelah, we have stack of paper kan, kita potong 2 packet of paper kan. So maybe satu packet tu kita masa kita letakkan dia, so ada paper tu somehow kat tengah-tengah tu dia boleh wrinkle. Dia berlaku kedutan. Kita pun tak perasan dah, kita dah stack semua 400 keping kertas, we just push to the feeder. Jadi kita tak perasan. Boleh jadi berlaku sebelum ataupun boleh berlaku semasa. Masa proses paper tu masuk, paper tu masuk pada mesin kan. Proses tu terganggu. Nampak ni. Run through the press. Become wrinkle as a result running through the press. Masa dia run press tu, dia tersangkut ataupun apalah. Tu technically lah. Operator dia akan lebih faham dekat mana. Tapi kita boleh detect lah all those problems, dan kita like I mentioned earlier, kalau kita nampak problem tu, kita put a stop on it lah. Arahkan operator to check on this problem. Dia boleh jadi, it could be coming from mostly is a paper related problems. Wavy edge paper that is colder than its surrounding air. Nampak? Paper ada suhu yang tertentu, dia boleh jadi macam tu, dan sebagainya. Ataupun is a related to the machine itself, related kepada mesin tu. Device ada tersangkut whatever kan. It's very difficult to understand. Tapi apa punca dia boleh jadi related to the paper, mostly paper related, and contributing factor ialah front guide, mechanical part of the machine. Okay. Now see here. Wavy. Wavy. Kalau tengok, this is a palette of paper, a print sheet. Ada wavy kat sini. So remedies, replace the paper. Replace the paper. Okay, next. Most common one will happen ink related. Okay, ink related. Okay, ink related problems. Like for example, hickeys appear as randomly scattered imperfections, usually in printed solid. Once these marks appear, they recur on succeeding sheet. Hickeys appear as small solid areas surrounded by halos. Imperfection, usually in printed solid. This some of the example. This is ink related problem. Ink related problem. Scattered imperfection in solid areas. In the solid areas, imperfection. Boleh nampak spot yang macam ni. Okay. Cause sebab menjadi begini, there is a few cause. Ink receptive solid particle stick to the plate. Ada partikel asing, benda asing yang melekat pada plate, blanket ataupun roller, menyebabkan dakwat itu terkesan di print out ini. Next, flakes or roller composition usually from glaze or pitted roller. Roller composition. Rollers tu. Or C, debris. Debris. What is debris? Debris. Benda asing jugalah. Habuk. Dust. Dan sebagainya daripada ceiling jatuh ke dalam mesin, jatuh ke atas mesin, jatuh ke atas mesin. Some of the remedies here: keep the press room clean, vacuum clean the ceiling, use a hickey picking roller to catch the falling debris. If I'm not mistaken, dalam satu-satu mesin percetakan, in one of the printing machine, they have this function. You can scrap. I don't know the correct name. Maybe you can check on the position ataupun on the operation manual tadi just now. Dia ada satu what you call hickey sketcher macam tu lah. Hickey sketcher dia macam something like a manual lah. You boleh scrap dia. You boleh scrap pada silinder tu. You boleh buang dia, scrap. Okay. So, hickeys. Next is spots. Spots, fiber shape imperfection that appear in the printing. Kita nampak spot. Bintik-bintik. Bintik-bintik. It could be the cause from paper particles. Partikel kertas. Kan kita potong kertas. Mungkin kertas tu ada dust. Masa kita proses pemotongan itu, ada dust pada paper tu. Fibers tu melekat ke ataupun apa ke. Normally from uncoated paper. Uncoated paper. Tapi dia boleh jadi on many paper lah. So we can see the dust. Nampak macam ada habuk-habuk spot. Lekat-lekat di atas print out tu. Spots. Kita panggil dia spot. Okay. What else? We can also see coming occurrence of the non-image areas of the printing plate picking up ink. Just now we have learned that non-image area hydrophilic, image area oleophilic. Tapi ini dah jadi macam ni pula. Non-image area picking up ink. non-image area sepatutnya dia oleophobic. Dia dah pick up ink. Non-image area. Okay, scum is usually visible on the plate and cannot be removed with a wet sponge. Remove light scum by re-etching the plate. Biasanya scum visible pada plate. Kita boleh check pada plate kita. Kita nampak even. Kita nampak uneven happen on our plate. You can see that. Bila kita dah boleh detect on the plate, kita kena buat plate baru. Bolehlah kita touch up lah. Tapi kalau non-image area, there could be a big problem. Kalau image area yang tebal dan sebagainya, macam mana nak touch up on that area? So it will affect the overall image. So it is advisable to redo the plate, to reproduce the plate. Macam tu Okay, so this is some of the example. This is non-image area. Ini non-image area. You can see that image area, non-image area, somehow dia ada pick up and ink. Kita boleh beza lah antara spot dengan scumming ni. Memang boleh, we can differentiate this. We can differentiate this. So the problem is caused by printing excessive ink in the halftone or printing with ink that is too soft. Causes the ink to spread into the non-image area. Boleh jadi dakwat. Dakwat tu banyak amount of ink, excessive amount of ink in the halftone or printing. So need to, ataupun on the plate itself, pigment on the plate, replace ataupun the ink majority of this ink problems. Okay, here. Next, set off. Set off describe the desirable transferring of sticking of ink from the surface of the sheet to the back of the successively delivered sheet in the delivery pile. Set off. Transferring of ink from the surface of the sheet to the back. Cetakkan dekat depan, tapi belakang ni ada cetakkan. This is a pile. So, this image, ink is sticking into the back of the sheet. Set off. Reason, ink not dried or set sufficiently. Ink belum betul-betul kering. Yang menyebabkan ini terpindah ke atas permukaan kertas. So if you have learned in my previous slide or previous module, I also mentioned about set off, spray, powder. Maybe for the remedies, we can increase the anti-set off spray or the particle size. Kita boleh buat adjustment on that. This need to check lah. Ini kena check lah. Kalau dah fit pile dah banyak macam ni, kita detect kita ada masalah lah. Takkan nak reject the whole thing. Jadi problem pula. Okay. So that is common, some of the common what you call problems. There is a lot actually. I have prepared the PDF for you. The common one, I just pick and choose between the printing unit problems, paper problems, ink, fit and distribution problems, okay, and the ink problem itself. So this is the expected problem happen during the make ready. Semasa make ready, ini yang kita expect, problem-problem, masalah-masalah ni berlaku. Okay, so what your task here is to list down, untuk senaraikan, untuk menyenaraikan, identifying and solving make ready problems ini. Okay, senaraikan dia, letakkan dia sebagai problems. Let me draw this supaya awak nampak. Okay, if you can, what you're going to do in your report is something like this. Let me share with you this. Okay, you're going to write a table ataupun do a table here. Okay. Make ready problems. You can mention that. Okay. So make ready problems, kita dah belajar. It could be from the printing unit problems. So you can draw a printing unit problems. So nyatakan apa dia, point 1, and you put it here. Okay, so causes. Okay, next is remedies. Next is paper problems. So paper problems here. Paper problems, causes, remedies. Apa dia? Wrinkle. Causes is remedy. What else? Ink fit. What else? Ink problem. Do something like this. It would be better. Saya tahulah awak tak boleh experience this process, tapi it could be better if you could find a picture. Kalau dapat lagi bagus. I know some sort of you boleh cari benda-benda ni within the internet. So you put it a picture here. Letak gambar. So jadi tajuk dia expected. Make ready problems. Nyatakan apa dia. Buat macam ni. Buatlah keterangan sikit. During the make ready, this is the expected problem, causes and remedies. Simple ayat, and then you can write it down here. Yang paling penting content ini. Yang paling penting content ini. Content ini betul ke tak? Betul. You can write this down. Okay, so please study this PDF. I sent to you in the what you call, in the Google Classroom, please study that PDF and transfer it to your report by uh, this format, dengan format ini, dalam bentuk jadual seperti ini, dan labelkan dia expected, make ready, problem. So this is the expected one lah. We can expected ni. Katalah lepas ni awak pergi pada industri, you can expect all these thing will happen during the make ready problem. And this is very important. Kalau tak selesai perkara ni, this problem tak boleh dapat okay sheet, tak boleh dapat selagi tak selesaikan perkara-perkara ni. Maksudnya the okay sheet not clear lah. So we need to that's the reason behind this, to get an approval lah, to get an okay sheet. Itu yang dimaksudkan sebagai okay sheet, a fresh sheet that is acceptable to the customer, acceptable to the customer. Jadi the reason why saya bagi tahu table tadi, supaya awak dapat bezakan printed sheet mana yang okey, printed sheet mana yang tak okey. Maksudnya dapat membezakan yang baik dengan yang buruk. Yang baik dengan yang buruk. Bukan semua hantar dekat operator print out, kita terima je lah seadanya. Salah tu. Awak kena pandai. Awak kena aware berkenaan dengan masalah-masalah yang berlaku waktu print. Yup, saya tahu tak ada peluang nak balik, tapi kita boleh expected that problem happen. We can expect that will happen during our printing. So your task, tugasan awak untuk topik yang ini adalah how to shorten make ready time. Identify what type of make ready to print your final project. Identify make ready apa. Kita dah belajar kategori make ready kan. Identify make ready apa untuk projek awak ni. How do I know this? My turn. Macam mana saya nak tahu saya punya schedule list? Ni dah buat. Dah buat dah. See? Siapa yang pertama? Siapa yang kedua? Siapa hari berikutnya? Already here. So I want you to identify type of make ready for your to print your final project. Next, illustrate in a presentable manner the flow of make ready procedure. Apa procedure dalam make ready tadi tu? Terjemahkan dia dalam bentuk flow chart. Terjemahkan dia dalam bentuk flow chart. And describe the make ready related problems, their causes and suggested remedies. Macam mana how to do this? Do it in a proper manner ataupun presentable manner. Buat table. Draw a table. Draw a table on that. And as a homework, complete your technical report specifically on the press section to include the make ready topic. Complete your technical report. Everything, kalau you look at this class activity, everything yang kita bincang ni ada related with your technical report. Bila saya cakap related with your technical report, confirm dia akan tanya dalam assessment. Dia akan tanya. We go through a few of the printing problem kan. Mungkin dia akan pick and choose satu. Dia akan pilih satu. Okay, tell me about hikis. Ataupun dia akan bagi awak random. Okay, give me one example of printing problems. Kan? Dia akan tanya. My experience, pengalaman saya menilai projek pelajar dan memantau proses penilaian tersebut pada semester lepas, saya nampak perkara itu ditanya oleh para penilai. So I want you to prepare the technical report. So I believe with the proper technical report, you will be able to defend your project. Okay, and finally, for further reading, you can get this book. Kalau ada dalam pasaran ataupun boleh download PDF dari mana-mana, dapatkan buku ni. Buku yang saya cakap. Ataupun, you belajar basic offset dulu kan, kat semester berapa? 2 ke? 3 ke? Apa lagi? Advanced offset kan, ada belajar. All those things kan, semua ada related. Ada kaitan. Today we refresh our memory. You can get back all those slide, all those e-book ke whatever. Apa saja yang dapat tu kaitkan dengan apa yang kita belajar pada hari ini. Okay, so this is some of the sample picture during the press run. Ni Cik Saleh. So we are doing the taking the density of this. Ni sample of 2009. Ni make ready ni, tengah check. This is the press sheet. This is proof. Ini make ready. Belum lagi okay rasanya. Belum dapat okay sheet kot. Hampir-hampir lah. Because ada ni dah 1, ni 2, bawah ni ada lagi 1 kan, 3 kan. Maybe dia dah nearly there, hampir-hampir. That sense. Okay, so this is another picture of a ink profile. Look at this ink profile. So yang saya masukkan tadi zone kan, zone. Ni zone. 23. Ada zone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dan seterusnya sampai 23 zone. Depending upon size of the machine. Bergantung kepada size mesin tu, ink zone ini. Dan ink zone ini boleh diselaraskan ataupun adjust bukaan diode dia. Diode dalam buku kata diode lah, diode lah. Dia punya opening tu. Inky opening tu boleh dibuat adjustment. Bukaan besar, bukaan kecil ataupun bukaan yang bagaimana. Profile yang bagaimana depending upon image coverage. Ni. Depending upon this. See? So, what happened of here, Miss Aisyah ni tengah duk kaji ni. Bukan kaji lah, tengah duk buat adjustment on the ink depending upon the image coverage. So it's quite difficult for a novice people, novice kan, orang yang tak biasa kan. So dia nak mengagak tu berapa buka, nak besar, ni nak balance dan sebagainya. It's very difficult. So what I'm do here, I'm using press center to extract the ink profile dan dia akan naik appear di sini. Dan ini sebagai panduan kepada novice operator nampak values ni dan dia akan naikkan, dia akan buat penyelarasan ataupun adjustment on this. This is a manual way lah to do lah. Manual way. Kena buat macam ni pula. Tapi the most sophisticated workflow ataupun streamline workflows, dia akan jadi macam ni. Okay, once you need to output the plate, ink presetting tu data dia is over here. Prepress manager, then we can feed the ink profile data, SIP3 data ni tadi, SIP4 dah sekarang, directly to the press Heidelberg XL75. We can feed the information here. Apa information dia? Ink profile, for example tadi kan, ink profile, even substrate material punya information pun kita boleh hantar from this prepress to here. Jadi operator punya kerja kat sini akan jadi lebih streamline. Bukanlah makin kurang, maksudnya kita streamline proses dia. Jadi dia punya gangguan dapat mengurangkan gangguan dan mempercepatkan proses. Yalah. Dapat jimat masa. Masa is duit mah. Masa is wang kan. Masa tu duit kan. So boleh streamline the process. Instead of doing this and manually, we do this. Everything is digitalized. So operator call out the names, tarik nama tu, job number or whatever. My experience is using job number lah. Job number, okay, katalah 007, job number, tarik keluar, semua in profile, all everything dah setting. We just need to double check sahaja. Macam tadi kan, kita belajar all the step in make ready kan. Somehow, operator kena double check. Ni operator need to double check the work in instruction. Operator check the work in instruction. Double check betul ke job yang aku tarik keluar ni, yang aku retrieve from the server ni or from the data ni, betul ke? Ada just tu dah double check. Look at the image, compare with the proof. Proses tu akan jadi lebih cepat. Manufacturing process memang begitu berlakunya ini. So this is the Heidelberg Preneck integration workflows lah. Ini under the Heidelberg. Kalau lain, my experience dealing with Roland, Roland pun ada sistem dia. Basically the same lah, sama je. Basically the same. Jadi insya-Allah printing department akan ada all this equipment. I don't know when lah. Dah berapa tahun dah ni. Hopefully kita akan buat installation on this machine and software. Ni dah ada dah. Tapi komponen lain belum ada lagi, yang mana kita kena outsource. Jadi kalau kena outsource maksudnya dah chain ni, kalau tengok ni rantaian kan, dah broken chain lah. Chain tu dah broken. Bukan tak boleh, kat industri pun macam tu, tak ada masalah. Cuma kalau ada streamline proses, dia akan jadi lebih better lah. Better, dan proses pembelajaran dan pengajaran lebih baik, nak memahamkan pelajar-pelajar. Jadi macam tu lah. So hopefully this will happen in the future. Okay, so what else I can share with you here? Dah tengok here. Okay, in profile. Okay, this is the color sequence. Ini pun antara soalan popular. Ink sequence. And so awak dah belajar reader, register, printing, unit delivery. We have learned all this. Kan? So dia mungkin soalan dia akan tanya, if you print your job, what is the color sequence ataupun ink sequence? So this is the ink sequence, starting with black, cyan, magenta, and yellow. You mention all these things. Okay, so we have come to the end of this class, and hopefully this is our contribution to you, an alternative to face-to-face. Hopefully this will benefit you. So in order to look on how nak imagine macam mana proses tu berlaku, you can go through the YouTube. And in fact, I have post some of the picture or module kan, module about the offset sheet fed offset press. Includes all those videos, technical parts, dan sebagainya. So you can relate that module with the your project. Okay. Soalan. Soalan. Any question? Now remember, all this must be included in your technical report. Soalan. Tak ada soalan. Okay, as usual lah. Tak ada soalan as usual. Okay, if you happen to have question, kalau ada apa-apa soalan related to your project, tak perlu tunggu kelas. Remember, synchronize, asynchronous session. So you may refer to me or refer to Puan Nur Hanis. So hopefully you can manage your time properly and finish your project in time. Okay, so we're going to have a final assessment in the following weeks. Okay, so for those who not yet approved their project, again, we have done our part it's your turn to do your responsibility. We talk about responsibility here. Kita cakap pasal tanggungjawab. Tak perlu kita nak bangkitkan siapa buat siapa. Anda tahu apa yang anda kena buat. Okay? Newbie. Saya tak return saya punya report, so saya tak boleh nak edit. Siapa newbie? Newbie ni siapa? Report apa yang tak return? Nama apa nama? Nama penuh. So that we can look to your report. Okay? Kalau tak ada apa, thank you very much for your attention. Please keep up with your project. Make sure everything in order. And contact me if you need what you call assistant. I will assist you. InsyaAllah saya akan bantu anda. If you want one-to-one discussion about what we have learned. Boleh, tak ada masalah. Tak boleh, tak ada masalah langsung. Maybe you have problem with the connection and all. So you can contact me. Always keep in touch with your supervisor. Tak ada orang lain dah. In touch with your supervisor and discuss on how to complete your project. So next week we're going to have a post-press session. And maybe in the afternoon, we're going to talk about the production meeting. In the afternoon, kita akan cerita pasal production meeting. Okay, so hopefully you can gather all the information and get ready for the meeting. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you, Jisok.
Thank you very much.